You having such thoughts are more than enough, Xianxia said gratefully. In the last battle with the Ashgrey Cloud Evil Land, almost all of the first-class forces had participated, and all of those that did had suffered losses, some of which were quite severe. Xianxia had never expected that all of these people he had almost forgotten would rally together to participate in the inheritance war simply because he might be one of the Yang family young lords. In particular, the women from 10,000 Flower Palace were breaking a centuries-old precedent to do so. In order to do so, Xianxia knew they had encountered many obstacles from their respective elders. The most important point, though, was that the events of last night hadn't reached their ears yet, so they knew nothing about the current situation in War City. Without knowing Xianxia's current status, they had still stepped forward voluntarily. This was truly something worth taking note of. These people were friends he had made in that isolated world, and they traveled all this way simply because they sincerely wanted to help him. After all, Xianxia had saved all of their lives from the hands of the Tianlang dynasty's cultivators. On top of all that, all of these youths were leaders amongst the younger generation in their respective sects. Watermoon Hall, Pure Heart Palace, Soaring Feather Pavilion, 10,000 Flower Palace. Qiu Yimeng eyes flashed brilliantly as a radiant glow seemed to adorn her face, her tone quite excited as she spoke. All of these sects are first-class forces. Without even mentioning the first three, just having 10,000 Flower Palace come to support you in the inheritance war. Xianxia, your face is really big. How did you meet all these people these past few years? Dong Qinghan and Fan Hong also stared at Xianxia with amazement, never having expected his circle of contacts to be so wide. Chen Xueshu smiled and shook his head. Actually, there are two other sects we couldn't get in contact with. If they learned about Brother Yang participating in the inheritance war, I'm certain they would also come. Oh? Which two forces? Qiu Yimeng asked, full of interest, wondering just how deep Xianxia's bottom line was. One of them is the Endless Sea Islands Azura sect, and the other is the Tianlang dynasty's San Luo Temple. These words cause everyone else in the hall to be stunned. The Endless Sea Islands Azura sect. The only ones present who understood the details of this foreign sect was Qiu Yimeng. It was a first-class force in the Endless Sea Islands and was in no way weaker than ordinary first-class forces of the Great Han Dynasty. In fact, because the sects of the Endless Sea Islands occupied islands with particularly rich world energy, they produced a number of materials that weren't available in the Great Han Dynasty, making it easier for many Endless Sea Islands cultivators to increase their strength. As for the San Luo Temple, everyone had heard of it. San Luo Temple was the Tianlang dynasty's super force. Its status was equivalent to the central capital's 8 great families. As long as one had even a bit of worldly contact, they would be familiar with this name. The people gathered right now in Xianxia's mansion were all from first-class forces, so naturally these young lords and young ladies had heard of San Luo Temple. Young Lord Kai is too amazing. Not only do you have friends from the Endless Sea Islands, but even people from other dynasties as well. This Fan Hong is deeply impressed. You lying bastard. Qiu Yimeng gnashed her teeth. Before, when I asked you how many supporters you had, you told me that there was none. To think I almost believed your nonsense. Ha! I'd like to see you try to fool me again. Xianxia shook his head with a chuckle and didn't explain. From the start, he hadn't counted on the people mentioned by Chen Xueshu at all. But the actions of these sect's disciples had given him a pleasant surprise. Junior Brother Yang, since it is really you, I should go back and deliver the good news so that the others from my sect can come here at full speed. Those from Soaring Feather Pavilion, Pure Heart Palace, and 10,000 Flower Palace also need to be informed. I'm certain they're all guessing about whether or not you are the Xianxia they all know. If they find out you are, I'm certain they'll all be very happy. Chen Xueshu proposed excitedly. Xianxia nodded. I'll be troubling you then. Pausing slightly, he then called out, Ingjiu! Suddenly, in the hall, a blurry figure appeared like a ghost. No one knew when he had come or how long he had been hiding. In fact, it was more than likely he had been there the whole time. The blurred figure swayed a few times before gradually condensing into a solid, and the portrait of Ingjiu appeared in the eyes of everyone. Everyone in the hall was terrified, especially the immortal Ascension boundary masters who stood behind their young lords and young ladies. Even they hadn't noticed Ingjiu's aura before. this blood warrior, was really unusual. Reporting. Escort senior brother Chun out of town. Yes. Chun Xueshu and Su Xiao Yu hadn't encountered any problems arriving here, but if they were to leave from Yang Kai's compound, they would definitely be regarded as enemies by his brothers. If they didn't have a master to escort them, it was likely they would be intercepted. Each of Yang family's young lords had their own intelligence organization, and naturally they would do everything possible to stop new forces from joining their opponents. Chun Xueshu obviously knew this point, so he made no attempt to object, simply turning to Ingzhou and politely cupping his fist solemnly and respectfully saying, "Many thanks for senior's protection. Junior brother Yang, junior sister Su and I should leave immediately. Little sister Su should stay behind. One of you is enough to deliver a message." Qiu Yimeng suddenly spoke, smiling as she continued, "Don't misunderstand. I just want to know more about what happened during your life experience in that isolated world and how you all came to know this bastard." Hearing this, Chan Xueshu smiled slightly helplessly before nodding. "Good. Then junior sister Su will remain here and accompany young lady Qiu. Senior and I will return shortly." After that, he hurriedly cupped his fists towards Yang Kai before heading for the exit. Ingzhou nodded silently before his body blurred again, disappearing instantly. "Qiu Yimeng, you make arrangements for them," Yang Kai said lightly before turning to the others in the hall. "All of you are free to go about your own business. I don't believe there will be any battles in the short term. You should take advantage of this opportunity to rest and familiarize yourselves with each other." "What are you going to do?" Qiu Yimeng asked. "Cultivate." Yang Kai grinned and strode away. "Cultivating madman." Qiu Yimeng shook her head and smiled wryly. "His strength isn't without reason," Hu Xingchen muttered thoughtfully, immediately becoming slightly bitter. "If I put in half as much effort as him, the difference between us shouldn't be so bad, right?" Qiu Yimeng was too lazy to reply. Inside his room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the floor and examined the content of his black book space. During this period of time he had been frantically collecting supplies, so the black book space was now full of all kinds of supplies and materials, as well as finished pills and artifacts. The Earth-grade artifacts Hu Xingchen had brought today were also included. With the addition of these artifacts, Yang Kai was capable of arming everyone currently supporting him. By now, Yang Kai had built up a good force, but at this moment, seeing this dazzling array of materials, he still couldn't help feeling a bit moved. Their materials included many high-quality spirit grasses and herbs, as well as numerous rare and precious metals, along with a variety of useful spirit pills. If he could hire some good alchemists and artifact refiners, this pile of materials would be enough to refine many rare and useful spirit pills and artifacts. Yang Kai discovered that, unconsciously, he had actually gathered an amount of wealth not inferior to a mid-sized family. And this was just the beginning. The Bamboo Knot Gang was still continually buying materials that flowed into the central capital from all over the world, and as more forces came to join him, the amount of supplies he had would only increase. Not only was Yang Kai gathering materials, his brothers were as well. However, in this aspect, Yang Kai was one step ahead of them. During the Yang family's inheritance war, the first result most outsiders would notice is an increase in the price of all kinds of alchemy and artifact refining materials. As the price of these materials increased, the status of alchemist and artifact refiners also rose. A lot of alchemists and artifact refiners would also arrive in War City and the central capital in order to wait for solicitation from the Yang family's young lords. Yesterday was the first day of the inheritance war, so the various Yang family young lords had only wanted to compete for the first victory, but today these same young lords had begun sending out invitations to high-level alchemists and artifact refining masters. The rewards for service were naturally high as well. The higher the grade of alchemist or artifact refiner, the more they would be paid. The only ones who didn't post such recruitment notices were the eighth brother Yang Quan and Yang Kai. Yang Quan was well aware that he had no hope of victory, so even if he could attract some alchemists and artifact refiners to work for him, they naturally wouldn't treat him seriously. As for Yang Kai, he had no intention of seeking out outside alchemists and artifact refiners. He had already made arrangements. The finished pills in the black book space were divided into their various categories, but all of the Yang attribute pills and those useful for cultivating spiritual energy had been taken out. When he saw the yin-yang monster ginseng, Yang Kai's look couldn't help but sink slightly. Where had Su Yen gone? He had sent hundreds of people from the Bamboo Knot Gang out to inquire, but to this day there was still no news. Even his Grand Master Ling Tai Su and the High Heaven Pavilion elders seemed to have evaporated, leaving behind no trace of their whereabouts. Letting out a sigh, he remembered that High Heaven Pavilion still carried the title of an evil sect. The world was still reeling from the existence of the Demon Lord. So every day Yang Kai hadn't won the inheritance war was one more day he couldn't clear High Heaven Pavilion's name. Being declared an evil sect wasn't actually a big problem. The key was that the current Demon Lord hailed from High Heaven Pavilion. This was the root cause of High Heaven Pavilion's downfall. If it could cultivate a character like the Demon Lord, no one could say for certain it couldn't cultivate a second one. Collecting his thoughts, Yang Kai began to absorb the energy from the Yang attribute pills. There were 8 above Immortal Ascension boundary masters in War City constantly monitoring all of their movements, something which made Yang Kai feel uncomfortable. If he didn't quickly break through to the Immortal Ascension boundary, one day his many secrets might be discovered by these 8 old men. Right now, he had reached the true element boundary 8th stage, only 2 minor realms away from the Immortal Ascension boundary. It was not far. It took a full day for him to fully absorb the Yang attribute pills in the black book space, but after he finished, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the Yang liquid in his dantian and the true qi in his meridians had increased in both density and purity. The incense burner he had not used in a long time was also taken out again and ignited while he circulated his true Yang secret art. Simultaneously, Yang Kai also began cultivating his spiritual energy by studying the mysteries of the true alchemic way. The incense from the incense burner could suppress the speed at which he could circulate his true Yang secret art by exerting a kind of pressure on him. By doing this, when the incense had been burnt through, the speed at which he could circulate his true Yang secret art would increase slightly. Repeating this process over and over again would eventually yield great benefits. As for studying the true alchemic way, for Yang Kai this was the fastest way for him to deplete his spiritual energy, which was the most effective method he had of cultivating his soul. The true alchemic way was too vast and profound. Not only did it detail a variety of magical alchemic spirit arrays, it also contained the experiences of countless alchemy grandmasters, more than enough for Yang Kai to study for several lifetimes. But if he wanted to extract useful information from the true alchemic way which was imprinted into his mind, he had to consume a lot of spiritual energy. Doing so damaged his soul, but with the aid of the soul-warming lotus such damage would be instantly repaired. Proceeding in such a reckless manner and supported by a massive amount of resources, Yang Kai's cultivation and spiritual energy grew at an obvious rate. Every morning Yang Kai would practice his tempered body record under the rising sun and then take a drop of myriad drug liquid. After such a long period of accumulation, the myriad drug liquid's cleansing effect on his body presented itself, allowing Yang Kai to cultivate faster and more efficiently than ever before. The best part was that this increase in cultivation efficiency would accompany him for the rest of his life, a truly unlimited benefit. As his strength further improved in the future, the effect he obtained from consuming the myriad drug liquid every day also improved. Such an effect was no different from a snowball rolling downhill. War City, Eastern Corner, eldest brother Yang Wei's compound. After a few days of retreat, Yang Wei quietly went out and soon came across the Meng family's Meng Shanyi, who was standing in his courtyard. Apparently he had been waiting here for some time and was deep in thought, his brow thoroughly wrinkled. "Brother Meng," Yang Wei greeted. "First young master." Meng Shanyi heard this voice and looked up, happily replying as he hurriedly walked over and immediately brightened up. First young lord seems to have made a breakthrough in his secret art. Yang Wei nodded lightly and affirmed, I am about to advance to the Immortal Ascension 2nd stage. I should break through within a few days." Meng Shanyi couldn't hide his admiration and envy. Although he was also the eldest son of the Meng family and his aptitude was excellent, he was still only at the true element 9th stage still. Even though he was about to break through to the Immortal Ascension boundary, he was still far behind the Yang family's eldest, Yang Wei. Amongst the youths of the central capital there are quite a few geniuses, Meng Shanyi thought to himself. Lu Qingyao of the Lu family was a given, and it was also well known that the Qiu family's first young lady Qiu Yimeng had broken through to the Immortal Ascension boundary first stage 2 months ago. Besides these 3, there were no others who had reached the Immortal Ascension boundary yet, but there were many on the verge of breaking through. This made Meng Shan-yi feel a faint sense of crisis. Although he was the Meng family's first young lord, and it didn't really matter if his strength wasn't the highest amongst his generation. But which man didn't dream of being strong? "What are you doing here?" Yang Wei asked calmly. "It's like this first young master, since you arrived in War City and entered retreat. It has been 4 days. I felt it best to remain here in order to update you on the situation as soon as you exited." Yang Wei nodded lightly and turned around. "Come inside to speak." Inside the room, the two sat down around a small table, and Yang Wei silently listened to what had happened on the first night to his third brother Yang Tai. Throughout the first part of the session, his expression remained indifferent, as if everything had gone exactly according to his expectations. But when he heard that Yang Kai had intervened and not only managed to obtain the flag but also captured Yang Tai from under everyone's noses, his eyes couldn't help narrowing slightly, his face finally showing a hint of surprise. Meng Shan-yi smiled bitterly. "Your 9th brother's actions were too unexpected. Both Yang Kong and Yang Ying went for wool but came back shorn. As an aside, it seems he let Yang Tai go back to the central capital instead of exchanging him for supplies from your family." "He even did that?" Yang Wei asked, somewhat confused. "That's why I said his actions were too unexpected." Meng Shan-yi shook his head slowly. "I can't understand what he is thinking or how he will act. At first, I thought he would continue to take action and attack Yang Quan, while everyone else consolidated their forces. But he hasn't made any moves at all these past few days. If he's half as intelligent as he appears, he wouldn't do that." Yang Wei's eyes flashed. "Good. I didn't understand it at first either, but after some thought, it became obvious Yang Kai didn't want to stir up everyone's collective resentment." Meng Shan-yi's expression showed a hint of admiration. "He looks farther ahead than I do. Don't underestimate my 9th brother. My instincts tell me he's not done yet." Yang Wei frowned, recalling his encounter with Yang Kai in front of the Elder's Hall when his true chi fluctuated involuntarily. "First young master means? 9th brother may be my biggest enemy in this inheritance war, even stronger than my 2nd brother. How is that possible?" Meng Shan-yi clearly didn't believe it, seemingly thinking that Yang Wei was overestimating Yang Kai too much. Although many people have come to join him over the past few days, all of the young lord's compounds have seen similar expansion. The friends you have made over the past few years have also begun gathering here now. On that note, many of them would like to see you. And Yang Wei nodded gently. "I'll go arrange things with them personally." Meng Shan-yi suddenly showed some excitement. "Does first young master want to take action then?" "What action?" Yang Wei looked at him curiously. Meng Shan-yi's brow furrowed slightly at this question. "Does first young master not plan to attack Yang Quan? Yang Kai shouldn't be willing to cause trouble right now, thus drawing too much attention to himself while all of your other brothers are still in the process of reorganizing their forces after the losses they suffered. Right now is a rare opportunity. As long as first young master sets out in force, I don't believe Yang Quan will resist too strongly. After all, you are still the eldest brother. Your prestige in your younger siblings' hearts should still carry some weight." Yang Quan only had one blood warrior at the Immortal Ascension boundary 8th stage with him, while his mother had come from a second-class force. This kind of defensive power wouldn't be difficult to breach with Yang Wei's current forces. "If we act now, it is definitely possible for me to subdue 8th brother." Yang Wei didn't refute Meng Shan-yi's analysis. Even if he does resists, it will still be futile in the end. If so, why does first young master hesitant? Meng Shan-yi asked, slightly puzzled. "If there's not enough benefits, I won't act." Yang Wei shook his head. "This topic ends here. When the right opportunity to attack arises, I will attack. For now, Brother Meng, accompany me to meet those people." Saying so, Yang Wei stood up and walked out. Although Meng Shan-yi was a bit displeased in his heart, he didn't say anything. However, he couldn't help wondering, would eliminating Yang Quan really not yield any benefits? Forget about the fact that Yang Quan himself and his flag could be used to exchange for a large quantity of materials for the main family. After he had been removed from the competition, his allies could be recruited to Yang Wei's side. How were there no benefits? At this moment, 300 kilometers away from War City, along a dusty road, two beautiful and enchanting women were laughing as they walked forward. Beside these two great beauties were two pure and innocent young girls, one of whom was quite lively, constantly calling out Aunt Xiang or Aunt Lan as she tittered on about whatever interesting topics she could think of, causing the two beautiful women to show warm smiles. The other girl in contrast, was very quiet. This girl was covered by a thin veil which perfectly hid her true appearance from those around her. But her pair of bright sparkling eyes which were exposed was indescribably beautiful while still appearing as tranquil as shimmering water. Adorning her forehead was a light blue gem which only further emphasized her otherworldly charm. She was like an immoral fairy that had not been tainted by worldly matters. As she gazed in the direction of War City, the eyes of this veiled girl shone with expectation and joy mixed with a touch of shyness. Every time the figure in her memory emerged, it seemed that her cheeks hidden under her veil would blush lightly. A maiden is most beautiful when she is in love. Right now, she was the most radiant she had ever been. Even for the two beautiful women who interacted with her frequently, this appearance of hers couldn't help surprising them a bit. The livelier girl suddenly came over and took the arm of the veiled and giggled mischievously. "Is elder sister thinking about my cousin?" Hearing these words, Xianxia immediately became shy as her delicate earlobes glowed a bright red as she made a flurried attempt to deny. Don't talk nonsense. Dong Qingyan laughed happily as she followed up. Nonsense? Then why is it that whenever I mention him, elder sister blushes? Am I blushing? Xianxia couldn't help but stretch out her hands and cover her cheeks, only to remember shortly after that she was still wearing her veil. Even if she was blushing, others definitely couldn't see it. However, she still felt her cheeks were quite hot. Just look how flustered you are. Dong Qingyan continued to tease. Elder sister Xia, what do you like about my cousin? I can only think of him as someone normal, nothing special at all. I don't like him, Xianxia denied. Then why was it when you heard he would participate in the inheritance war you immediately left from Hidden Cloud Peak? Master was quite upset. He said that without elder sister Xia around there was no one else to discuss the alchemic way with. I am his little senior sister. Senior sisters have to take care of their junior brothers. It's a matter of course. Xianxia whispered in a pitifully quiet voice. Even she felt that this reason was too far-fetched, unable to convince anyone including herself. Aunt Xiang and Aunt Lan, who were nearby and overheard this conversation between the two girls, couldn't help but laugh. For this pure, quiet, and innocent girl Xianxia, the two beautiful women had nothing but affection. Neither of them had children of their own, but after spending many months together with her on Hidden Cloud Peak, they regarded her as their own daughter. Xianxia being in love with Yang Kai was something they were well aware of and had no objections to. From their perspective, only a young lord from the Yang family could reluctantly be worthy of their daughter and have the ability to protect her. Do you really not like cousin? Dong Qingyan stared at her meaningfully. Xianxia stared hard at her for a long time before somehow managing to nod stubbornly. Thank goodness. That means I can marry cousin later without any worries. Dong Qingyan giggled impishly as she casually let out this shocking statement. Xianxia was stunned as she stared at Dong Qingyan in a dumbstruck manner. All right, don't tease you elder sister Xia anymore. You'll make her cry. Aunt Xiang couldn't stand by anymore and reached out to pull Dong Qingyan to her side, quickly glancing over at Xianxia and whispering, Don't listen to her nonsense. She's just playing with you. Xianxia gently nodded and smiled. It's all right for little sister Dong to marry junior brother. If you become husband and wife, you will definitely grow closer. Hearing this comment, Dong Qingyan immediately looked over and Xianxia and waved her hands frantically. I don't want to marry someone like my smelly cousin who always runs around and I can never see. I'd rather marry someone ordinary who will love and spend his life with only me. That would make me happiest. Aunt Xiang and Aunt Lan were both secretly surprised by the magnanimity of Xianxia. This girl was clearly interested in Yang Kai and dearly missed him when he had left Hidden Cloud Peak. But when she heard someone else wanted to marry him, she was not only not against it, but instead agreed with a big smile. Xianxia obviously didn't want to continue exploring this topic, so she quickly changed the subject by asking, Aunt Xiang, isn't it a bit inappropriate for Medicine King's Valley to have sent out so many people this time? As she asked, she glanced back over her shoulder. Behind the four women was Old Man Meng. He wore a grim expression and sighed. When he thought about how they would soon see Yang Kai, that bastard boy soon, his heart ached for his treasured apprentice. As these thoughts raced through his head, Meng Wuya let out another long sigh. But thinking about how he was helpless to stop things now that they had gone this far, all he could do was try his best to squeeze out a smile uglier than if he had simply broken down in tears. Behind Treasurer Meng, there was another group of people, all of them dressed in white, numbering at least 30. These people didn't possess great strength. Even their leader Qinzhe was just a trivial Immortal Ascension boundary second stage master, the weakest of them only having peak separation and reunion cultivations. If such a group of people were plunged into a fight with a true master, they might not even have the strength to run away. However, these people were all alchemists from Medicine King's Valley. Even if they didn't possess great strength, they were still highly respected existences. No one would dare take the initiative to offend them. Alchemists were also divided into grades corresponding to the grades of precious treasures, i.e., common grade, earth grade, heaven grade, mysterious grade. Each of these grades further divided into low, mid, and high rank. A flower symbol representing the alchemist's grade was generally displayed on their chest. The number of petals of this flower represented the alchemist's grade, while its color, gold, silver, or white, corresponded to high, mid, and low rank. Through the embroidering on their chest, one could see at a glance what level an alchemist was. These alchemists from Medicine King's Valley each proudly displayed the floral emblems on their chests. All of them had at least 2 petals, while more than half had 3 petals. On top of all that, Qinzhe even had 4 petals. For petals, this meant he was a mysterious grade alchemist. Throughout the entire Great Han Dynasty, the number of alchemists qualified to wear the 4-petal emblem numbered only a few dozen, 1/4 of which belonged to Medicine King's Valley. Those whose embroidered flowers had 3 petals were heaven-grade alchemists who could confidently refine heaven-grade pills, while those with 2 petals were earth-grade alchemists. Master Ant, what instructions do you have? Qinzhe saw Xianxia glance back and quickly approached her, respectfully asking if she had some request of him. Xianxia hastily replied in a somewhat flustered voice, Senior Brother Qin, don't call me that. I am still younger than you. However, Qinzhe's expression remained extremely serious as he shook his head. That will not do, Master Ant. Since Master Uncle Xiao announced to Medicine King's Valley that you are his peer, then no matter the difference in our ages, you are my Qinzhe's Master Ant. Xianxia couldn't help smiling bitterly, not knowing what to say. She had heard that Yang Kai was going to participate in the inheritance war and had immediately said she wanted to go to the central capital alone with Meng Wuya to help. But Xiao Fusheng had suddenly made a declaration, summoning 30 Medicine King's Valley disciples to accompany them. Xianxia had resided on Hidden Cloud Peak for so long, but only Hidden Cloud Peak's people knew about her expertise in alchemy. Alchemists by nature were an arrogant group of people, so Qinzhe and the other disciples of Medicine King's Valley looked down on Xianxia. As a result, Xiao Fusheng's decision had stirred up many feelings of jealousy. During the Grandmaster's announcement, he had proclaimed that Xianxia's achievements in alchemy were equal to his own, even somewhat beyond, and that in time she would certainly reach a height even he could not reach. Qinzhe naturally did not believe this. After all, in this world, who could compare with Grandmaster Xiao? Extremely confident in his abilities after promoting to mysterious great alchemist a few days ago, Qinzhe boldly challenged Xianxia to a contest. The result was a crushing defeat. After this incident, Qinzhe sincerely admired Xianxia and no longer dared to be disrespectful to her. Alchemists were like this, they had their own unyielding pride. If you wanted them to respect you, then you had to conquer them in the alchemic way. In this way, alchemists were a relatively straightforward group. Usually, disciples of Medicine King's Valley were unable to even see Xiao Fusheng, much less learn alchemy from him. But now another alchemist grandmaster comparable to Xiao Fusheng had appeared, and she was so young. Naturally, they would be respectful towards her. In the beginning, these 30 people had been 100 kinds of unwilling, but after her contest with Qin Zhe, their attitudes did a complete turnaround, as all of them couldn't be more eager to follow Xianing Chong in order to learn the alchemic way from her. However, Xianing Chong clearly knew that although Xiao Fusheng said he had convened these 30 alchemists to follow her in order to study the alchemic way, he was in fact doing so to help Yang Kai. "It's nothing, we were just chatting." Aunt Xiang waved her hand. Qin Zhe nodded without complaint and immediately retreated back, leading the other 30 alchemists with him. If I recall correctly, Medicine King's Valley has never participated in the inheritance war before. I'm afraid my actions this time will lead to criticism, Xianing Chong said worriedly. In response, Aunt Xiang smiled and said softly, "Don't worry, what Medicine King's Valley chooses to do, no one is qualified to comment. But it seems Grandmaster Xiao really cares about Yang Kai. If not, how could he have issued such an order? Mobilizing 30 talented alchemists and even instructing your Aunt Lan and myself to accompany you because he was afraid of what might happen to Yang Kai." Xia Ningchong nodded silently. How could Xiao Fusheng not care about Yang Kai? Yang Kai had made both her and Lu Si bring him 2 sets of alchemic spirit arrays which he had painstakingly studied in this period of time. For Grandmaster Xiao, these 2 sets of spirit arrays were more valuable than any other treasure in this world. Given their source, how could Grandmaster Xiao not concern himself with Yang Kai's safety? Who cares if Medicine King's Valley had remained neutral for thousands of years? What did it matter if Medicine King's Valley didn't involve itself in worldly matters? In front of these 2 spirit arrays, everything else was unimportant. This order had even nearly caused Grandmaster Xiao and the Valley Lord to quarrel. Thinking about Grandmaster Xiao acting willfully and hiding shortcomings, Xianing Chong couldn't help but smile. After a while, the sky grew dark and everyone stopped to rest at the edge of a river. Gazing off in the direction of War City, Xianing Chang's heart pounded. Tomorrow, I'll be able to see junior brother again. When we meet, how should I greet him? What should I say first? For a time, Xianing Chong fell into such contemplation. Yang Kai Mansion inside his room. As the incense burner puffed, and a light fragrance filled the room, Yang Kai's true Yang secret art seemed to be circulating at a snail's pace, as if his true qi was being pressured by a mountain, barely able to advance forward. At the same time, Yang Kai's mind was completely absorbed in exploring the mysteries of the true alchemic way. As he gradually became aware of the hidden profundities of the world, his state of mind was unconsciously tempered. As his understanding of the true alchemic way grew, Yang Kai began to realize just how precious the knowledge it contained was. Every now and then, his expression would change, sometimes displaying shock, sometimes excitement, sometimes confusion. After an unknown amount of time, absorbed in the true alchemic way, Yang Kai had gradually become unaware of the outside world situations, his entire being focusing on absorbing and understanding this profound knowledge. The experiences of various alchemy grandmasters were also slowly being digested in his mind. A brand new picture seemed to be slowly unfold in his mind. By peering into the true alchemic way, Yang Kai gradually discovered that his understanding of the martial Tao was also enhanced. Facing this kind of temptation, Yang Kai could barely control his impulse to delve into the alchemic way in order to experience firsthand the knowledge he had gleaned, to see what new horizons would open up before him when he successfully refined his first pill. During this time, remembering what Xiao Fusheng had once said to him, Yang Kai did his best to suppress this desire. Before one reaches the immortal ascension boundary, they must not practice alchemy. Now, he had even more reason to break through to the immortal ascension boundary as soon as possible. After reaching the immortal ascension boundary, once he found some spare time, he would try his hand at alchemy. The improvement of a cultivator's strength not only depended on their accumulation of true qi, physical training and their own understanding of the martial Tao were the keys to successfully breaking through. Therefore, when cultivators encountered bottlenecks, they wouldn't choose to enter retreat but instead would go out into the world, hoping to encounter some special opportunities which would improve their own comprehension. allowing them to push past their bottleneck. Xianxia faintly felt that exploring the mysteries of the true alchemic way would not only increase his spiritual energy, but would also greatly improve his understanding of his own strength. Immersed in this situation, Xianxia was unaware of how long it was before he gradually woke up. Opening his eyes, his true Yang secret art was still circulating slowly, but he could feel it was obviously faster than its initial speed. The true qi in his body had apparently adapted to the current pressure, and as time passed it would only get faster and faster. Moreover, his current true element boundary 8th stage cultivation seemed to have consolidated considerably. Letting out a gentle breath, Xianxia felt a little happy. Standing up, he put the incense burner back into the black book space, and then used a strand of pure true qi to create a swirling vortex at his fingertip to absorb all lingering fragrance in his room. The incense released from the burner was far too overbearing. With the exception of himself, who had the assistance of the unyielding golden skeleton, Xianxia estimated that anyone under the immortal ascension boundary would be unable to resist its effects. If one of the maids in the house were to walk in and accidentally sniffed this scent, the result would likely be their immediate death. Finished with the cleanup, Xianxia walked towards the door and stepped out. Having been in retreat for a few days now, the people who Chen Xueshu had mentioned should have already arrived. As the mansion's master, naturally he should show up to welcome these old friends. As he made his way through the winding corridors, halfway to the main hall, Xianxia suddenly saw Lan Chudai and Luo Xiaoman talking. Seeing these two girls sitting together and chatting happily was an eye-catching sight. Both of them shared a common feature: their towering peaks which hid deep valleys that seemed to suck in others' vision. The two of them obviously had a number of common topics to discuss. "Senior Sister Lan, Luo girl," Xianxia called out to them casually. Lan Chudai immediately glanced over towards him and smiled somewhat happily, while Luo Xiaoman nearly jumped out of her seat, her face going pale white as her eyes darted back and forth. "Are you really so scared of me?" Xianxia smiled and stared at Luo Xiaoman with interest. The latter's eyes flashed as she searched for a place to hide, but there was no such place nearby. Eventually only able to turn to Lan Chudai and silently pray for help. "Junior brother, don't bully her." Lan Chudai glanced over at Xianxia before suddenly wearing a strange expression, taking out a handkerchief and gently wiping his face, smiling as she said, "Your face is a bit messy. Junior brother, you should have a good wash. If you appear before people looking like this, it will be bad for your reputation." Seeing her act so intimately, Xianxia's mouth twitched slightly before wearing a meaningful grin. "Senior Sister Lan is too thoughtful. I will pay more attention from now on." Finished, he turned and laughed lightly towards Luo Xiaoman. "Tell me, why are you so afraid of me? I don't remember doing anything traumatizing to you." Luo Xiaoman curled up slightly, her long eyelashes fluttering as she hung her head low and whispered, "I don't know. Anyway, I'm afraid of you." "How afraid?" Xianxia took a step forward. Luo Xiaoman screamed in panic, "Don't come any closer." Xianxia was dumbstruck, not daring to take another step forward for fear this timid girl would cry. "Forget about it, you two carry on." Feeling slightly awkward, Xianxia decided to leave well enough alone. Just as Xianxia had anticipated, the people from Reflecting Moon sect had already arrived. Not only that, but the several sects mentioned by Chen Xueshu had also come. All of them had already been on their way, and after they received word from Chen Xueshu they quickened their pace. Under the arrangements of Qiu Yimeng, each of these forces had been assigned their own courtyard to settle down in. When they learned that Xianxia had exited his retreat, the various youths all hurried to the main hall to meet him. Feng Qianhen of Water Moon Hall, Zuofang of Pure Heart Palace, Han Shaoqi, Yihan, Lu Qingru, and Hua Ruayin of 10,000 Flower Palace. Each of them on their own was a leader amongst the younger generation. Along with Chen Xueshu and Su Xiaoyu, almost all of the friends Xianxia had met in the isolated world had gathered. After not meeting each other for quite some time, as leading figures in their respective sects, each of them had grown significantly, their cultivations all having increased dramatically. But upon discovering the progress of Xianxia, all of these youths, hailed as geniuses by those around them, could only let out a sigh, thinking they would never have a chance to catch up with him in their lifetimes. When they had first met, all of them had been at least a great realm above Yang Kai, but now he had already surpassed them. What's more, Yang Kai's true element boundary cultivation couldn't be compared with a normal true element boundary cultivation. As more time passed, the gap between all of them would only continue to grow larger. A constant stream of greetings resounded as the hall was filled with excitement. Unfortunately, Xianxia and Zhouba's Azura sect is in the Endless Sea Islands, while Zimo's Sen Luo Temple is in a different country, or else they definitely would have come. Chun Shueshu sighed. At these words, everyone couldn't help revealing a hint of reminiscence about the events all those years ago. All of them had experienced life and death together in that isolated world, so naturally they had forged a deep friendship. There'll be a chance to see them in the future. Yang Kai smiled and suddenly turned to look at Zhuofang. How is Li Xan Yuan doing now? Originally, in that isolated world, there were two disciples from Pure Heart Palace that had survived. One was Zhuofang, the other was Li Xan Yuan. But the latter had bad luck and had his dantian damaged by a Tianlang dynasty cultivator's soul-controlling insect. Hearing Yang Kai ask about him, everyone became silent as they all glanced over at Zhuofang. With all the eyes in the hall focused on him, Zhuofang scratched his head awkwardly and smiled bitterly. Since we returned from that isolated world, Senior Brother Li has maintained an optimistic smile on the surface, but as to the depths of the pain he is concealing in his heart, only he knows. My master also went to Medicine King's Valley to seek for a treatment and discovered that there is a type of pill called the Heaven-Mending Pill that could possibly repair his broken dantian. But the spirit herbs required to concoct it are rare and of a very high grade. On top of that, very few alchemists are capable of refining it. Master has been collecting materials for some time now, but with the recent attack on Medicine King's Valley, they are so busy rebuilding that they rarely accept requests from outside cultivators to perform alchemy, so all we can do for now is wait. Good. Since there is a pill that can mend his dantian, then the rest is easy. Yang Kai nodded happily. I'll help you find someone to refine it. Brother Yang knows someone capable of refining such a pill? Zhuofang was stunned, then overjoyed as he immediately remembered. The person in front of him now was not the Yang Kai he had met in that isolated world, but one of the Yang family's young lords. I know someone. They should arrive in a few days. Yang Kai smiled as the image of a gentle and quiet face appeared in his mind. Qiu Yimeng suddenly interjected with a grin. Yang Kai, do you know how many forces you have supporting you now? Shouldn't be less than 10, right? Yang Kai glanced over at her. Qiu Yimeng wore a light expression as she began listing. Qiu family, Hua family, Xiang family, Dong family, Purple Fern Valley, Reflecting Moon Sect, Pure Heart Palace, Soaring Feather Pavilion, 10,000 Flower Palace. 9 in total that you know of. Not bad. Yang Kai nodded in agreement, although he had been retreat these days. But this issue was something that had still been on his mind. Why, what's wrong? There are others you don't know about too. Qiu Yimeng grinned meaningfully. Others I don't know about came to support me? Yang Kai said with surprise, chuckling as he commented. Interesting. Talk to me about it. Who are these others? I was just about to inform you. Tianyuan City also sent some manpower and supplies. Tianyuan City? Yang Kai was stunned. Qiu Yimeng shook her head helplessly. Don't you even remember those you've blackmailed? The first-class force nearby the Lan River? After this prompt, Yang Kai suddenly recalled, on the way back to the central capital, he had been attacked. But it was not only the Lu family he implicated, but Tianyuan City as well. However, he didn't come out and directly demand anything of Tianyuan City, nor did he send any formal letters to them. It seems that the person in charge of Tianyuan City's thoughts were quite sharp and had decided to send him some people and materials without any additional prompting. Qiu Yimeng nodded. When they arrived, I checked them out and agreed to them joining. The young man who served as the group's leader is the son of Tianyuan City's city lord. His temperament is quite gentle, so over the past 2 days he and his subordinates have behaved honestly. As long as he isn't as blind as Lu Song, then everything is all right. Yang Kai didn't pay much attention to this matter, casually waving. You can decide such things by yourself. If you think they'll be useful, let them stay. If not, send them away. Xiao Yimeng's eyes shined slightly, secretly feeling happy in her heart that Yang Kai was passing such responsibilities on to her. Fortunately, I followed my instincts and temporarily separated from the Qiu family to help him. Otherwise, if I had gone to support Yang Shun, at most I would only be treated as an ally. However, these people from Tianyuan City have a reason for coming. If someone else shows up randomly that doesn't know me, don't accept them. Yang Kai emphasized once again. And I know. Qiu Yimeng replied happily. In addition to the Tianyuan City group, is there anyone else here I don't know about? Yang Kai asked again. Qiu Yimeng's expression became slightly dignified as she quickly replied, a group from the Duanmu family. I don't know if you've heard of it. The Duanmu family? Yang Kai frowned, thinking for a moment. The name seems familiar, but I can't remember where I heard it. What kind of relationship does this family have with me that they actually want to support me? This Duanmu family is your third brother Yang Tai's mother's family. If I say that much, you should understand, right? Qiu Yimeng said with a grin. My third brother? Yang Kai was taken aback. The Duanmu family only has a few people, 5 in total, but all of them are immortal Ascension masters, one of them at the 8th stage, one at the 7th stage, one at the 6th stage, and 2 at the 5th stage. The 5 who survived that night? Yang Kai's brow moved slightly. That night's battle could only be described as devastating for the Duanmu family's forces. Of the 30 to 40 people that had been sent, only 5 of them had managed to live through the night. However, those being able to survive in that chaotic melee showed that these 5 were obviously not ordinary masters. At that time, Yang Kong and Yang Ying had only given thought to chasing down Yang Kai, so they didn't have time to deal with these 5. Otherwise, with how the inheritance war worked, they would have tried to convince them to join their camp. But even if his 2 brothers had tried, it would likely be a futile effort. After all, so many people from the Duanmu family had died at their hands. And those 5? Qiu Yimeng stared deeply at Yang Kai, licking her luscious red lips in a charming manner. You tell me honestly, when you let your third brother go that night, did you already have this idea in mind? Seeing her staring at him, Yang Kai simply shook his head. You think too highly of me. I'm not that sinister. I let my third brother go because I felt like it. I didn't have any other plans at the time. Hearing this, Qiu Yimeng couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief as she gently patted her chest. Thank goodness you aren't crafty to that extent. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have any confidence left to face you in the future. Listening to the Qiu family's first young lady speak so humbly, everyone in the hall felt slightly unnerved, apparently only now gaining some insight into how much pressure Yang Kai brought to the famous Qiu Yimeng. Well, no matter what, your little move has yielded some unexpected benefits. Qiu Yimeng grinned. These 5 coming to offer their services to you is probably Yang Tai's doing. Yang Kai nodded silently. He hadn't anticipated that his third brother would show this kind of reciprocation, but that didn't stop him from smiling happily. Altogether, you have 11 forces currently supporting you. Qiu Yimeng's voice contained some slight excitement. One had to know that not many things could make this young lady Qiu excited. Of these 11, 2 of them were super forces. As for the remaining 9, with the exception of Reflecting Moon Sect, which was a second-class force, all the others were first-class. From less than a week ago until today, Yang Kai's position had changed from no one being willing to support him because they thought he had no chance of victory, 90% of people actually believing he would be eliminated on the first night, to now have 11 supporting forces. The development and gathering speed of Yang Kai Mansion could only be described as astonishing. This level of connections and personal charm was second to none among the Yang family's young lords. Qiu Yimeng felt like victory was all but within their grasp. Steadying herself, the Qiu family's first young lady continued in a dignified tone. Right now you have more power than any of your brothers, according to the information I have gathered. Only your second brother, Yang Zhao, has 20 forces supporting him, but many of these are second and third-class sects. It is only the number which is large, but in terms of quality they are significantly worse than yours. However, as time passes, your current advantage will only become smaller. There's even the possibility that in time 1 or more of your brothers will exceed you if you don't pay attention. You should mentally prepared. I know, Yang Kai said before smiling confidently. That time isn't here yet. Qiu Yimeng's eyes flashed before she let out a light snorted. Another day, you'll have to have a nice long conversation with me. Otherwise, I won't know how many hidden helpers you have that haven't arrived yet. Everyone present saw the strange look in Qiu Yimeng's eyes, which to contain great hidden meaning, and couldn't help feeling stunned. All of them seemingly thinking they had just learned a shocking secret. Yihan of 10,000 Flower Palace immediately let out a burst of laughter. Young Lady Qiu, anyone who wants to subdue Yang Kai is in for a hard time. He doesn't even place me in his eyes. Qiu Yimeng replied in a half-hearted manner, while quietly observing Yang Kai's reaction. Yang Kai smiled wickedly. I'll come to your room tonight. We can have a nice chat then. Seeing this grin, Qiu Yimeng's beautiful face couldn't help blushing slightly. Humph. Seems like he hasn't changed at all. Han Shaoqi spat disdainfully. In that isolated world, with the exception of Su Xiaoyu, all of the girls had been taken advantage of by Yang Kai. Such a vivid experience, how could Han Shaoqi forget? Perhaps because she was the big senior sister? Han Shaoqi's demeanor was chilly. While Yi Han's was cute, Lu Qingru was charming, and Hua Ruayin was reserved. Glancing over at Han Shaoqi, Yang Kai seemed to see a little of Su Yan's shadow in her, causing the sharpness in his eyes to soften inadvertently. Both of them were the big senior sisters in their respective sex, and their personalities had some similarities. But Su Yan's temperament was colder than Han Shaoqi's. Although she would show this coldness to outsiders, in front of Yang Kai her icy exterior would melt like snow in the early spring. Han Shaoqi blushed slightly under Yang Kai's burning hot eyes. Unable to endure any longer, she quietly muttered, I just told the truth. Staring at me like that won't change anything. Qiu Yimeng also couldn't help snorting as she secretly ground her teeth, thinking to herself that all men weren't good things. Whenever they saw a beauty, they would gawk at her without restraint. The tender feelings he was feeling in his heart were obvious to anyone who saw Yang Kai's expression. No one on the scene was a child, so how could they not understand? Yang Kai? You don't have to be so straightforward. Suofang snorted. Although senior sister Han is beautiful enough to make all of us want to see more, but at most you should only sneak a peek. Why are you acting so rampant? Already somewhat uncomfortable being stared at by Yang Kai, Han Shaoqi glared towards Suofang when he said these words and retorted, You're also nothing but a rogue, just like him. Suofang just laughed heartily in response. Yang Kai didn't answer, nor did he try to explain. The look in his eyes gradually converged, returning to their original calm state before he suddenly turned his sight towards the outside of the hall. A hurried sound of footsteps rang out. Dong Qinghan rushed in a moment later, a hint of anxiousness on his face. After he entered the hall, he didn't even greet the others before calling out, Yang Kai, something's happened. You need to take some people to check out the situation. What happened? Yang Kai asked, wrinkling his brow. Everyone else in the hall also wore dignified looks. They had all come here to support Yang Kai in the inheritance war, so when a sudden situation arose, naturally they had to be ready to fight. Qing Yan has arrived in War City, but she was stopped and surrounded. Have they arrived already? Yang Kai wore a shocked expression before a look of joy spread across his face, not delaying for an instant before jumping up and shouting, Ingjiu, follow me. No matter what, going out in broad daylight without a blood warrior to guard him would be dangerous. No, you should take at least half of us with you as well. You don't understand how serious the situation is over there. Dong Qinghan hurriedly said, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Apparently when he received the news, it had caused him no small panic. Yang Kai looked at him blankly for a moment but didn't ask any question, instead just nodding before issuing an order. Then those from the Hua family, Xiang family, Dong family, and Duanmu family come with me. Qiu Yimeng, you take command in my absence. N. The Qiu family's first young lady readily acknowledged. What about us? Han Shaoqi asked. All of you have just arrived recently and should rest. This time things shouldn't develop into a big deal. After saying so, Yang Kai and Dong Qinghan rushed out. As they dashed through the halls, Dong Qinghan blew a loud whistle, and soon after the rustling of clothes and clattering of footsteps began echoing throughout the mansion. By the time Yang Kai arrived in front of the main entrance, Chen and Xianxia had assembled a group of people and were waiting outside. 5 of the Immortal Ascension's masters upon seeing Yang Kai stood upright and respectfully cupped their fists. "Greetings, young Lord Kai. I'll be troubling you." Yang Kai nodded lightly to the 5 masters from the Duanmu family. "Yang Kai, what's going on?" Chen asked curiously. This was the first time Yang Kai had convened people to take the initiative. He was inevitably curious. "I don't know much, but I'll explain what I can on the way." Yang Kai responded hastily before dashing out. The group of people quickly followed behind. "Why did they stop Qing Yan?" Yang Kai asked curiously. Although she was Xiao Fushang's disciple, the time she had spent studying the alchemic way was still short. As of now, if she could refine earth-grade pills, it would already be quite an accomplishment. But with Xiao Fushang's cultivation plan, it was entirely possible that Dong Qingyan hadn't even really started learning alchemy. Such an alchemist didn't seem worthy of being stopped. Dong Qinghan couldn't help laughing bitterly. If it was just Qingyan, I'm afraid no one would pay attention to her. But do you know how many people she brought with her? 30 people. Dong Qinghan said in a heavy tone. There are 30 full-fledged alchemists from Medicine King's Valley, half of which are heaven-grade alchemists, while one of them is even mysterious grade. What? Yang Kai's was shocked by this news. Even the normally frivolous Huixingchan couldn't help his jaw from dropping. How can people from Medicine King's Valley come to participate in the inheritance war? The Hua family young lord almost thought he had heard wrong, still unable to believe his ears. Dong Qinghan shook his head. "I don't know the specific situation, and you'll have to ask Yang Kai. They seem to have come for him after all." As he spoke, he turned to stare at Yang Kai curiously. Obviously, he had some speculations in his heart. Huixingchan was dumbstruck for a moment before loudly calling out, "Yang Kai, how the hell did you convince so many alchemists from Medicine King's Valley to come here? That group of people all have eyes higher above their heads than even this young lord. Even if it is our elders, they don't place them in their sight. Since when did you have so much face?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed, ignoring Huixingchen's questioning as he tried to hold down the anxiety and anticipation in his heart. "Since Dong Qingyan has come, that means little senior sister is definitely here as well. In War City, if his little senior sister was wrong somehow, even if it was by his own brothers." As such negative thoughts circulated throughout his head, Yang Kai's eyes grew colder and colder, while his true qi fluctuated madly. Dong Qinghan and Huixingchan, who were following close beside Yang Kai, couldn't help but trembling lightly, terrified as they glanced over to see an unfamiliar image of Yang Kai. His whole aura had suddenly become sharp and violent. There was even a faint bloody sensation lingering around him, suffused with a killing intent so potent that they instinctively began putting some distance between themselves and him. A moment later, Yang Kai suddenly stopped, his eyes flashing brilliantly as he turned to look at Xianxia and said, "Second young lord, I have a task for you." Xianxia said nothing, just staring at Yang Kai, waiting for him to continue. Beckoning him over, Yang Kai whispered a few words in Xianxia's ear before nodding slightly to the second young lord. Yang Kai then turned to the 5 Duanmu family Immortal Ascension masters and cupped his fists. "Several seniors, please accompany young Master Xiang back. As for the specific plan of action, ask Xiao Yimeng to make the appropriate arrangements." The 5 Duanmu family masters quickly nodded. Xianxia then immediately led his own people and the Duanmu family members back the way they had come. "What are you planning?" Huixingchen asked. Yang Kai frowned and replied seriously, "I didn't know the whole situation beforehand. But now that I do, I have to make some arrangements, otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to bring all of them back. Would they dare take action against Medicine King's Valley's disciples?" Huixingchen's eyes narrowed. "In unusual times, it's better to be cautious." Yang Kai took a deep breath and calmly said, "If I was in my brother's places, I would rather offend Medicine King's Valley now rather than let such a large group of alchemists join my enemy. Obviously they won't kill them, but they'll certainly at least find an excuse to capture them." Listening to his argument, Dong Qinghan and Huixingchen nodded lightly. As long as they didn't kill people, it means they hadn't torn all face with Medicine King's Valley. As long as they prepared an appropriate amount of gifts afterwards, they could still settle things peacefully. War City's central square. A group of Medicine King's Valley alchemists dressed in all white stood proudly, with Dong Qingyan and Xianing Chong standing side by side with Aunt Xiang and Aunt Lan. This group of people was surrounded on all sides by a large number of people, and as time passed, more Yang family young lords continued to lead large numbers of masters over. Even though they were surrounded, the group of alchemists from Medicine King's Valley still wore arrogant and aloof expressions, all of their eyes flashing obvious traces of disdain and contempt. Aunt Xiang and Aunt Lan remained calm and composed. Only Dong Qingyan grit her teeth with indignation, while Xianing Chong showed signs of worry and anxiety, her eyes unconsciously glancing northwest from time to time. It was said that her junior brother's compound was located in that direction. On the other hand, the waves of people surrounding the Medicine King's Valley group didn't show the least bit of disrespect. On the contrary, they all did their best to put on flattering smiles. Yang Zhao, Yang Kong, Yang Xin, and Yang Ying all occupied a corner of the square. With the exception of Yang Kong, whose face showed some traces of depression, the other three brothers all glanced around at each other vigilantly. Yang Kong was really depressed. When the Medicine King's Valley's group arrived in War City, they had entered from the entrance closest to his mansion, and although someone had immediately reported to him about these 30 white-robed alchemists, it was already too late to stop word from spreading. Although he had managed to successfully intercept this group, news of their arrival still spread rapidly, leading to Yang Zhao, Yang Xin, and Yang Ying appearing here. Right now, all of the Yang family young lords were frantically hiring alchemists and artifact refiners, so it was inevitable that such a group of people appearing in War City would set off a storm. What made Yang Kong truly want to spit blood was that this group of alchemists from Medicine King's Valley were incomparable to the alchemists from any other force. Not to mention, the leader of the Medicine King's Valley group was none other than Qin Zhe. Although Qin Zhe was already in his 40s and couldn't be considered a member of the younger generation, he still bore the title of Medicine King's Valley Young Valley Lord and was widely respected all over the world. Qin Zhe was also famous throughout the alchemy world. His aptitude was excellent, and it was said that he may even reach the same height as Xiao Fushang in time. It was also rumored that Qin Zhe had recently promoted to mysterious grade low-rank alchemist and had been named an elder of Medicine King's Valley. Now, it seems such rumors were true. The 4-petal flower embroidered on his chest was the most conclusive evidence. Glancing around at the rest of this group, half of them were heaven-grade alchemists while the rest were earth-grade top-rank. Seeing this lineup, all of the Yang family young lords were dazzled and jealous. If such a group of alchemists could be drawn into their own camp, how many pills could they refine? How many of their people could be supplied with these pills? The 4 young lords silently pondered to themselves and were shocked to discover that as long as they could continue to supply these alchemists with materials, within 3 months, the strength of all the personnel they had could have a substantial increase. In other words, whoever could win over this group would have a considerable advantage in the inheritance war, one which would only increase with time. For a while, the 4 Yang family young lords, no matter who they were, had their eyes flash brilliantly and their breath heat up. The temptation these 30 alchemists brought to them was no less than if they had been 30 naked beauties begging for their affection. The only thing which was slightly troubling was their arrogant demeanor. However, alchemists who came from Medicine King's Valley were all like this. They placed no one in their eyes and were extremely arrogant. None of them would show any respect to these 4 young lords. On the contrary, they would expect them to show deference to them instead. Senior Brother Qin, Dong Qingyan complained in the depressed voice. This is why I said we should disguise ourselves before we entered the city. Why didn't you listen to my advice? Now that we've been surrounded by these monkeys, what do? There's no problem. Qin Zhe waved his hands indifferently. They wouldn't dare to attack my Medicine King's Valley's disciples. I'll just send them away. After saying so, Qin Zhe swept his eyes over the crowd indifferently before coldly shouting. For young lords, surrounding this Qin and my fellow disciples, are you planning to start a quarrel with my Medicine King's Valley? Although his attitude was insufferably arrogant, these words still deeply troubled the Yang family young lords, all of them quickly waving their hands and refuting. Senior Qin must be kidding, we wouldn't dare. Qin Zhe coldly snorted. First it was the ash-gray cloud evil land invading my Medicine King's Valley, burning our homes and slaughtering our fellow brothers and sister. Now you Yang family children don't even treat us seriously. Good. Your Yang family certainly has the courage the central capital's first powerhouse should have. All four of the young lords couldn't help shrinking their necks, unable to answer. Don't say you four juniors. Even if Yang Yinghao saw this Qin, he wouldn't dare show such disrespect. Qin Zhe didn't hold back in the slightest as he loudly scolded. Even though Yang Kong and the others were unhappy about being demeaned so publicly, they didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction on their faces, instead just giving it their all to maintain their ingratiating smiles. These four Yang family young lord had not only blocked this group of Medicine King's Valley alchemists but also wanted to recruit them into their own camp as helpers. How could they dare offend them any further? So they did their best to lower their stances and speak in a respectful tone. Even if Qin Zhe ridiculed them mercilessly, they didn't make any attempt to refute. Not arguing but also not giving in, just smiling faintly as they blocked the square. It was a clear show of their unwillingness to simply give up. After Yang Zhao let Qin Zhe vent, he wore an even bigger smile and respectfully said, "Senior Qin, you must have traveled far to reach here. If you are not in a hurry, why not come to my house?" As soon as they heard him say this, Yang Zhao, Yang Xin, and Yang Ying all also rushed to send out invitations in the most sincere and humble tone they could, all of them expressing their earnest desire for Qin Zhe to visit their mansions to rest and drink tea. Qin Zhe coldly snorted and rejected. "No. He who does not work does not deserve to eat. Make way, we have to continue on our way." Yang Zhao and others are all remained where they were, as if they were nailed in place, their expressions gradually becoming embarrassed. The people from Medicine King's Valley were harder to cope with than average Immortal Ascension boundary masters. They couldn't fight with them, and trying to convince them was akin to banging one's head against a wall. What made Yang Zhao more concerned, though, was why this group of alchemists would appear in War City. Medicine King's Valley had never participated in the Inheritance War before, but now they had suddenly sent 30 people here. Yang Zhao would never believe there was no deeper meaning to this action. The only strategy he could think of to recruit these alchemists was to somehow arouse their interest. In that way, they would take the initiative to join him on their own. But what could he say to make them interested? Thinking quickly, Yang Zhao's eyes flashed slightly as he continued his attempts. "Senior Qin, this junior has a matter he wishes to consult with you about. I wonder if Senior would be willing to dispel this one's doubts?" Qin Zhe was annoyed in his heart and didn't try to hide the anger on his face, angrily roaring, "All of you have blocked our way and won't let us proceed. What does it matter if I am willing or not?" Yang Zhao knew that Qin Zhe was upset and didn't continue to stimulate him, quickly getting to the point. "When this junior was out for life experience these past few years, one time I strayed into the mountains and in the middle of the night heard the sounds of a baby crying. Curious, I searched nearby and found a very strange spirit herb what had a glowing 7-colored flower in the shape of a baby's face." Qin Zhe's expression was originally quite ugly, but when Yang Zhao began talking about the spirit flower, a hint of excitement emerged on his face and his displeasure noticeably decreased. "And then?" Qin Zhe hurriedly asked, wondering what the final ending of this 7-colored flowers was. Seeing that Yang Zhao succeeded in attracting the interest of Qin Zhe with the topic of a rare spirit medicine, the other Yang family young lords all couldn't help feeling annoyed. They hated their second brother's quick wit that had allowed him to handle these arrogant Medicine King's Valley alchemists that they couldn't. All of them then racked their brains to see if they had any similar experiences these past years. That heaven and earth treasure had already opened its consciousness, so when Junior tried to reach out and pick it, it hurriedly escaped. "Idiot!" Qin Zhe cursed. Yang Zhao didn't take offense to this comment, instead just smiling and continuing, "True. This junior indeed acted rashly at that time and inadvertently caused it to flee. What was the final result? Did you manage to collect that spirit flower?" Yang Zhao smiled widely and nodded. Fortunately, Junior was fast enough, managed to catch up with it, and successfully harvested it. Later, after returning to my sect, I researched thoroughly and discovered that what I had obtained was a mysterious grade top-rank 7-colored spirit baby flower, and at the suggestion of one of the sect's alchemists, contained it within a spirit array that provided it with world energy and planted it in sandstone. From then till now it has survived, but recently it has shown signs of withering, and I haven't been able to figure out why. Idiots! Fools! Every one of you! Xianxia violently roared as if his wife had been stolen by another man, angrily shouting, "Who told you that the 7-colored spirit baby flower should be planted in sandstone? Junior's hopes Senior Qin can give this one some pointers." Yang Zhao quickly asked for advice. Xianxia calmed his anger and gradually restored his arrogant and aloof expression before explaining. The 7-colored spirit baby flower when mature will emit a cry similar to that of a newborn baby. If a cultivator listens to this sound for many years, they will obtain some benefits in the growth of their divine sense. This spirit flower is also the primary ingredient for a mysterious grade soul nourishing pill. What Senior says is true, but this spirit flower's grade is so high, in addition to Grandmaster Xiao, I'm afraid that no one else would dare use it to refine a pill, so Junior has been raising it all this time instead. Yang Zhao quickly noted. Who says no one can refine it besides Grandmaster Xiao? Xianxia spat, showing a face to seem disdain Yang Zhao's ignorance. But he didn't explain any further, just continuing. However, this spirit flower is attracted to the cold. Raising it in sandstone and providing it with energy for a while won't matter. But after a long time, its medicinal efficacy will begin to fade and it will naturally show signs of withering. Your Yang family is wealthy enough, you should have no problem acquiring some ice attribute crystals to transplant it to. The alchemist who told you to plant it in sandstone was nothing but an ignorant fool. It's insulting that he dares call himself an alchemist. I see. Junior thanks Senior Qin for dispelling his doubts. Yang Zhao showed a look of epiphany. Xianxia nodded and stated proudly, "It's not too late to act now. If you had waited another half a year, that spirit flower would have lost all value." Yes. When Junior returns to his mansion, he will follow Senior Qin's instructions immediately. Saying so, he smiled warmly and once again made an attempt. However, Junior is ignorant in the ways of alchemy, if Senior finds it convenient. Xianxia sneered and interrupted here. Don't bother, even if you were to proclaim that the heavens themselves were falling, this Qin will not go with you. Yang Zhao's smile cramped up, never having expected Xianxia to refuse him so fervently. Normally, whenever these alchemist types heard about a mysterious grade top-rank alchemy material, they wouldn't rest until they had at least laid eyes upon it. But now, why were things so different? Seeing Xianxia refuse Yang Zhao, the other Yang family young lords made no attempt to conceal their happiness, but immediately after furrowed their brows. This Xianxia seemed like he would not be moved no matter what enticement they put forward, so the situation had become quite tricky. As the four of them pondered over what to do next, a new group of people arrived. The eyes of the four brothers immediately shrank slightly because the person who came was none other than Yang Wei. Since the beginning of the Inheritance War, Yang Wei had not made any movements, but obviously when this group of Medicine King's Valley alchemists had suddenly appeared in War City today, he had been alarmed. With regards to their eldest brother, all of them held a little awe, secretly raising their guard as they watched Yang Wei step forward. Junior Yang Wei greets Senior. When he came up to Xianxia and the others, Yang Wei greeted indifferently. Xianxia nodded lightly, his attitude neither hot nor cold. Junior has a request and hopes Senior Qin can answer it. Xianxia frowned, looking Yang Wei over before faintly saying, "As long as you don't want me to perform alchemy for you, anything else can be discussed." Yang Wei nodded. "I want Senior Qin to help me perform alchemy." When this statement came out, everyone was secretly startled. All of them who had come here to block this group from Medicine King's Valley did so for this exact purpose. But none of them had dared say so outright, instead choosing to observe the situation and use other means to convince these alchemists to come with them. Never had they expected that the last to come, Yang Wei, would be so forthright. In an instant, everyone was a little nervous about what decision Xianxia would make. If Xianxia were to agree, all four of them would probably cough up blood. Surprisingly though, Xianxia didn't get angry but instead looked at Yang Wei with a smile. "The Yang family's eldest brother? Good. I appreciate your manner. But this Qin did not come to War City this time to assist you. Yang Wei didn't show any surprise on his face, only nodding firmly, cupping his fists respectfully and saying, "I have disturbed Senior." After that, Yang Wei turned around and left without the slightest hesitation, apparently uninterested in swimming in this muddy water. On the other hand, Yang Zhao felt he had just heard some extraordinary meanings from the words of Qin Zhe, hesitantly asking, "Senior Qin, who are you here in War City to assist?" "We are here to help no one. We're only here to study the alchemic way." Qin Zhe coldly snorted, not willing to say anything further. Yang Zhao was startled. Study the alchemic way? Who could possibly have the qualifications to instruct Medicine King's Valley's alchemists in the alchemic way? In particular, these words were spoken from Qin Zhe's mouth. One had to remember that Qin Zhe was already one of this world's only mysterious grade alchemists. This reason was a bit too far-fetched. Considering all this, Yang Zhao's expression slowly became solemn. Of the Yang family young lords who were still participating in the inheritance war, 5 of them had already appeared, but Qin Zhe had shown no interest in them, so there were only 2 possibilities left. Yang Quan was impossible. Therefore, Yang Zhao's expression suddenly became horrified. This thought had only just appeared in his head when he heard a cold snort in the distance, and a large number of people appeared. Yang Kai took the lead and strode into the open space between the surrounding Yang family young lords and the Medicine King's Valley group, walking straight up to the white-robed alchemists. Huixing Chen followed behind with a chuckle, gently fanning himself with his folding fan as he cheerfully greeted the other Yang family young lords present, as if they were all long-separated friends once again reuniting. There was no blood warrior beside Yang Kai, but everyone, as long as their strength had reached the Immortal Ascension boundary 8th stage, could still clearly feel a pair of eyes in the darkness, staring at their movements. Ingzhou, this powerful blood warrior, was like a ghost, and none of them knew where he was lurking. Once someone dared try to move against Yang Kai, he would ruthlessly be killed. The blood warriors guarding the other young lords immediately reported this information. "Everyone has arrived." Yang Kang's displayed a disgruntled expression. He had been the closest to this group of alchemists, and if he had only acted fast enough, could have been the only one to have an opportunity to recruit them. But now, such thoughts were useless. He knew that by now, everyone throughout War City knew about these Medicine King's Valley people arriving. Inside the group of alchemists, a pair of bright, beautiful eyes suddenly lit up as they caught sight of Yang Kai's figure, the owner's heart suddenly filling with joy and excitement. When Yang Kai's eyes met this gaze, the cold, murderous intent in them immediately disappeared and was replaced by tender warmth, the corners of his mouth rising slightly, revealing a happy smile. Noticing Yang Kai staring back at her, Xianing Chong suddenly became embarrassed. Obviously, she had wanted to see how her junior brother had been doing recently. Now that they had met and she confirmed that he was fine, she couldn't help averting her eyes, with her cheeks blushing furiously, her heartbeat racing. Xianing Chang's sudden bout of shyness gave her an all-new kind of appeal. Although she was still wearing her veil and no one could see her true appearance, no one who saw her in that instant doubted that she was an extraordinary beauty. The pure, innocent aura she gave off only highlighted her attractiveness. Because of her veil, she was normally not too eye-catching. But right now, this thin layer of mystery not only detracted from her allure, but enhanced it instead. Everyone desperately wanted to know, what kind of peerless face was hidden under this veil? This brief exchange between Yang Kai and this veiled girl was extremely obvious and was not overlooked by the other Yang family young lords, all of their expressions becoming ugly as a result. Unlike them, their 9th brother seemed to have some connection with this woman. This was what being closest to this group really meant. Junior brother Yang, Qin Zhe, who had always been showing an aloof and arrogant demeanor, suddenly called out to Yang Kai with a smile and became very intimate. Also, the way he addressed him elicited a great many confused and pensive expressions from the other Yang family young lords. Senior brother Qin. Yang Kai smiled back and nodded before turning his eyes to the 2 beautiful women close by. Aunt Xiang, Aunt Lan. The 2 beautiful women responded with a warm smile of their own. Treasurer Meng. Meng Wuya nodded gruffly. Witnessing the scene of Yang Kai greeting this group of people, Yang Zhao's eyes shrank sharply. It wasn't until now that he discovered how lofty the identities of these two beautiful women were. If he recalled correctly, these two should be the two maidservants who lived on Hidden Cloud Peak and attended to all of Grandmaster Xiao Fusheng's daily needs. For several dozen years they had stayed on Hidden Cloud Peak, never once going down the mountain, yet today they had come to War City. Rumor had it that these two beautiful women were only ordinary people without any cultivation. But no one would dare be disrespectful to them because they had spent their best years in obscurity to care for Xiao Fusheng on Hidden Cloud Peak. Without their years of dedicated service, there very well may not have been today's Grandmaster Xiao. In the eyes of Xiao Fusheng, these two should be no different from family. How could such people come to War City? What was Xiao Fusheng's meaning in sending them? Why would Xiao Fusheng do this? Quickly considering all this, Yang Zhao couldn't help feeling shocked, turning his sight towards Yang Kai, eyes filled with jealousy. Yang Kong, Yang Shen, and Yang Ying also all noticed this subtle atmosphere. The people from Medicine King's Valley were all so friendly with Yang Kai. They had obviously come here for him. If they were from any other force, they could take the initiative to offend them, even using some coercion to bring them to their compounds or directly chase them out of War City. However, against Medicine King's Valley, they didn't dare act rashly, all of them turning their eyes to Yang Zhao, waiting to see how he would act. Yang Zhao understood how to act very well. Even if these people were from Medicine King's Valley, even if they couldn't be offended, this time they must be, otherwise the situation would only become more and more troublesome. Taking a deep breath, Yang Zhao once again spoke. Senior Qin, Medicine King's Valley has never participated in the inheritance war before. Why do you want to break this tradition now? Junior hopes Senior Qin can provide an explanation. Hearing this, a hint of impatience resurfaced on Qin Zhe's face as he coldly shot back. Second young lord, this Qin has just said, this time, our reason for coming here is to study the alchemic way, not to participate in any nonsense inheritance war. Whether you Yang family people want to beat or kill each other isn't worth a fart to my Medicine King's Valley. Yang Zhao smiled slightly at this response and said in a calm voice, since you have come here to study the alchemic way, then I would like to request Senior Qin come to my mansion to do so. This young lord will supply any and all the necessary materials. Even that 7-colored spirit baby flower I mentioned previously can be gifted to Senior Qin. Qin Zhe's brow wrinkled as an extremely dissatisfied expression appeared on his face. Nonsense? Why should we go to your house? What powerful alchemy grandmaster do you have that my Medicine King's Valley's disciples can learn from? There is no such grandmaster in my mansion, but is there one in my 9th brother's house? Yang Zhao's tone was gradually getting louder and firmer. Obviously, he understood by now that there was no way he could convince this group of arrogant alchemists with words. Since the gentle approach was useless, he could only use force. As he was making one last attempt, Yang Zhao even squinted at the other Yang family young lords, silently signaling all of them to prepare themselves. There is. Unexpectedly, Qin Zhe responded affirmatively. Yang Zhao smiled wryly and shook his head, thinking that the excuses of this Medicine King's Valley group were too ridiculous. His 9th brother hadn't recruited any alchemists these past few days, and even if he had done so secretly, no alchemist was qualified to teach this group from Medicine King's Valley. The look in Yang Zhao's eyes slowly became cold as he shook his head and declared, since Senior Qin is determined to continue this course of action, Junior has nothing left to say. The reason why Medicine King's Valley is admired is not only because it is the gathering place of this world's elite alchemists, but also because for thousands of years, Medicine King's Valley has remained neutral. Since Senior Qin insists on breaking this ancient and honored tradition, then this junior has no choice but to act disrespectfully. Qin Zhe was shocked and he cried out, what do you plan to do? Junior is helpless in this matter, so I must ask Senior's forgiveness. But please rest assured Senior Qin, I and my younger brothers will certainly act with appropriate discretion. Neither you nor your fellow disciples will be harmed in any way. Yang Zhao's expression was indifferent. He had spoken everything aloud, providing a righteous reason for his next course of action so that when this matter spread out, the world would not solely blame him. As he spoke these last words, Yang Zhao signaled to a group of masters behind him and took a step forward. At the same time, Yang Kong, Yang Xin, and Yang Ying had also issued orders. The three of them didn't have the same courage as Yang Zhao, and were reluctant to offend Medicine King's Valley. But given no other choice and with someone leading the way, they could only temporarily join forces with Yang Zhao to put pressure on Qinzhe and his group while secretly praying that this group of alchemists would yield to intimidation. The best result for everyone would be if all of them could take a step back and resolve the situation peacefully. The atmosphere around the square abruptly became tense. The spectators which had gotten wind of the arrival of these alchemists and gathered all gasped, shocked by the boldness of these Yang family young lords. Although Medicine King's Valley had taken significant losses when it was attacked by the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land with even the Pill Saint's portrait being destroyed, it was still Medicine King's Valley. This title of theirs held weight that had not decreased in the slightest. No one in this world had ever dared to offend people from Medicine King's Valley. But today, someone had set a new precedent. Treating me as though I do not exist? Yang Kai, who had been watching with cold eyes until this moment, sneered as he once again gave off murderous intent. Those who want to move against my allies will have to pass through me first. Yang Zhao shook his head slowly. Ninth brother, although I admit that your forces aren't weak now, but if you think with only the few people you've brought you can keep this group of people to yourself under the joint efforts of your older brothers, isn't that a bit naive? Be careful you don't lose your rice trying to steal a chicken. Yang Kong, Yang Shen, and Yang Ying also immediately glared at Yang Kai. Their expressions filled with malicious intent. They had to give some face to Medicine King's Valley. But when it came to Yang Kai, they all couldn't wait to beat him down. Second brother can try if he likes, Yang Kai said calmly. Yang Zhao's face became dignified as he swept his eyes over the people Yang Kai had brought with him. From what he could see, there were only two forces present. One was the Hua family's people, two of which were Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters whose real strength wouldn't be worse than average Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th Stage Masters, while the other was the Dong family who also had two Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Masters. Besides these high-level experts, there were several other mid- and low-level Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivators along with a number of people at the True Element Boundary. Also, Ingjiu was hiding somewhere nearby. Although this lineup wasn't weak, it was obviously at an absolute disadvantage against the joint forces of the four of them, so why was his ninth brother still so calm? After the first night's events, Yang Zhao realized that Yang Kai was not easy to handle. His youngest brother was not only clever and sinister, he would often make bold and unthinkable actions which made him even harder to predict. One thing was certain though, he wouldn't have brought so few people here just to seek death. He had definitely made other preparations. The question was, what was he plotting? According to the information Yang Zhao had collected, 11 forces had arrived in recent days to support his ninth brother. So if only 2 of them were here, where were the remaining 9? Thinking of this, Yang Zhao's expression cramped, quickly glancing over at Yang Kai only to discover his littlest brother grinning deviously back at him. Not daring to hesitate any longer, Yang Zhao loudly declared, 5th brother, 6th brother, 7th brother. Let us join hands and teach 9th brother a lesson today about how to respect his elders. Agreed, 2nd brother. The 3 nodded together. Instantly, numerous martial skills and artifacts flew from all directions towards Yang Kai and his allies. With the 4 brothers teaming up to deal with Yang Kai, the people from the Dong family and Hua family suddenly fell into a difficult situation. All of the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters summoned their defensive artifacts out and pushed their true chi to the limit, yet they still failed to completely block this wave of attacks. Hua Xingchun, Dong Qinghan, and Yang Kai all also had a difficult time finding a safe place in this violent storm. Seeing Yang Kai steadily losing ground, Yang Kong excitedly grinned, as if he could already picture the scene of Yang Kai being defeated today. Yang Zhao, however, knew better. As long as Ingjiu was still lurking in the shadows, it was basically impossible for Yang Kai to be eliminated here, and now unless 2 or 3 of their blood warriors collaborated. Unfortunately, such cooperation was all but impossible because it would expose them to danger. Grab them! Yang Zhao shouted, swiftly switching targets from Yang Kai's group to the alchemists from Medicine King's Valley. When Yang Zhao gave this command, Many of the masters in his group rushed towards the Medicine King's Valley group. Medicine King's Valley's disciples, aside from their exceptional alchemy abilities, were never good at fighting, so in the eyes of this group of strong masters, this group of alchemists were no better than lambs waiting to be caught. Of course, since they had to act with discretion in order to not injure these alchemists, most of the Immortal Ascension boundary masters simply flew towards them, stretching out their hands in order to capture people. Seeing all this, Xianxia remained still, his expression cold and indifferent, apparently not worried about whether he or his junior brothers and junior sisters would be taken away. In fact, all 30 of these white-robed alchemists maintained a calm and aloof manner. Yang Zhao suddenly felt a little uneasy. These alchemists, even if they were insufferably arrogant, should still have had an instinctual reaction to this coming crisis, at least showing some panic on their faces, yet their reaction showed they weren't worried in the slightest. But why? Just as Yang Zhao's masters were about to reach the alchemist, the gemstone on Xianing Chang's forehead suddenly shone brightly, and a pale blue semicircular light curtain spread out from it and surrounded the Medicine King's Valley disciples. Many of the approaching masters couldn't react in time and hit this light curtain head-on, feeling an amazing elastic reaction which quickly forced them back. Seems they have something to rely on. Yang Zhao knew that this group from Medicine King's Valley wouldn't be so easily captured. So when he saw this strange light curtain suddenly appear, he wasn't surprised, simply steeling himself as she shouted, "Destroy it!" If this group of alchemists thought they could simply rely on a good defensive artifact to block all of these masters, they were obviously mistaken. This defensive artifact truly was impressive, but the cultivators on his side were not only numerous, they were also elites of their respective forces. A brilliant display of martial skills and artifacts once again blossomed, and the light curtain Xia Ningchang had put up immediately began wavering under the strain. However, the expressions on all the Medicine King's Valley disciples still didn't show any concern. Yang Zhao's expression became profound as he continued to observe the reactions of the Medicine King's Valley group. The uneasiness in his heart became more and more intense rather than dissipating, the idea of giving up and leaving this place as quickly as possible surfacing in his thoughts. Just as the light curtain filled with cracks and was on the verge of breaking, a dazzling scattering of lights, like the stars in the night sky, suddenly filled the air. This array of lights let out a piercing radiance before it suddenly flashed and sent out a myriad of lightning-fast glowing blades. These blades were composed entirely of true qi and shone so brilliantly they were all but blinding, each of them emitting a terrifying aura. Xiu xiu xiu. All of these blades had incredible force behind them and pierced straight towards the surrounding masters like a shower of falling stars. Like invincible swords, they sliced through the air with unstoppable momentum. The faces of the surrounding Immortal Ascension masters changed drastically as they all desperately tried to dodge this sudden and unexpected barrage of attacks. Hong hong hong. All of the true chi blades were either blocked or avoided by the joint efforts of all the masters present. But when the power contained within each blade erupted, it forced everyone to retreat, even causing some of the lower-strength Immortal Ascension boundary masters to pale and spit blood on the spot. Only those at or above the Immortal Ascension boundary 7th stage remained completely unharmed. Yang Zhao's gaze immediately swept over the Medicine King's Valley group, quickly fixing on the only old man amongst them. He couldn't identify this old man's origins, and he hadn't seen him take action, but Yang Zhao still instinctively stared at him for some reason. Yang Zhao couldn't help thinking that this trick was somehow related to him. Also, as he stared at this old man who seemed harmless to humans and animals, Yang Zhao felt a strange and inexplicable pressure. One move, just one move that he hadn't even put all his effort into, had forced back more than 7 Immortal Ascension boundary masters. Just how strong was this old man? Could he be an above Immortal Ascension boundary cultivator? Since when did Medicine King's Valley have this kind of hidden master? The repulsed powerhouses all glanced at each other with ghastly expressions, none of them certain who or what had just attacked them. Everyone was bewildered as they secretly speculated. However, before any of them could discover the truth, the glowing starry sky suddenly converged, shrinking down into a dazzling ring the size of a palm before landing in the veiled woman's hand. An artifact! Yang Zhao's eyes flashed as he showed an incredulous expression. He had thought that there was a peerless master amongst the Medicine King's Valley group, but never had he expected that the previous attack was actually sent out from an artifact. Only an artifact above the mysterious grade mid-rank could display such power. Staring at the veiled young woman, Yang Zhao couldn't help feeling a sense of defeat. He was a Yang family young lord, the second oldest of his generation, but even he didn't possess such rich heritage. Who exactly was this young woman? The two artifacts she had used just now were both extraordinary, and who could say if she didn't have any more artifacts on her? Yang Zhao's eyes filled with a mix of hesitation and unwillingness, but after a brief moment of indecision, her grit his teeth and quietly whispered to his guardian blood warrior, and Yi Xianro, "Let's go." Go. Yi Xianro's attention had also been focused on Xianxia. Silently comparing herself to this young woman she still didn't even know the name of when she suddenly heard Yang Zhao's command and couldn't help muttering in confusion. But before she could fully collect herself, Yang Zhao and his accompanying blood warrior had already begun silently retreating. Yi Xianro hurriedly caught up with his pace and asked curiously, "Second young lord? Why did you give up so easily? This isn't like your usual style." Yang Zhao hadn't answered yet when all of a sudden a person raced towards him from the direction he was moving, anxiously calling out, "Second young lord, there's big movement from Yang Kai's house. 9 of his allies have set out in full force. It seems that only Chu Gao Yi was left behind to guard his flag." "I know," Yang Zhao muttered, his pace speeding up significantly as a bitter smile emerged on his face. "Ninth brother really has some guts to leave only one blood warrior behind to guard his mansion. This time round, he's won." Yi Xianro's beautiful face suddenly changed, immediately understanding why Yang Zhao had so decisively decided to leave. He wasn't concerned about succeeding. With 4 Yang family young lords collaborating, even if Yang Kai showed incredible strength, it was still impossible for him to hold on to that group of alchemists. If things had continued the way they were progressing, he definitely could have taken away at least some of the alchemists from Medicine King's Valley. However, that would still take some time. During that time, where would the 9 forces which had set out from Yang Kai's mansion go? If they were to patronize Yang Zhao's mansion, could the people he left behind protect his flag? By playing such a hand, Yang Kai could easily resolve his current crisis. Yang Zhao had no choice but to retreat. Not only Yang Zhao but Yang Kong, Yang Shen, and Yang Ying also had to quickly return to their compounds to strengthen their defense. None of them could be sure whether these 9 forces would visit their base or not. None of them could afford to underestimate the power of these 9 forces. What's more, that veiled woman actually had a pair of artifacts of mysterious grade mid-rank or possibly higher. Her identity was definitely extraordinary. Yang Zhao didn't dare move against her until he understood her true identity. Almost at the same time Yang Zhao learned of this news, Yang Kong, Yang Shen, and Yang Ying also received word from their respective camps, causing quite a stir amongst them as they gazed over at Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned back at them tauntingly while he secretly let out a sigh of relief. "Where is second brother?" Yang Kang's gaze swept over the crowd, but didn't find any trace of Yang Zhao or his forces. Seeing this, his face cramped up before his eyes became cold. Having been abandoned by his second brother without a word, he inevitably felt a bit resentful in his heart. 9th brother's strategy is impressive. Today's business ends here. Next time we meet, your 5th brother will definitely return the favor. Yang Kong coldly snorted, waving his hand to signal his people to fall backs. "I will remember 9th brother's lesson." Yang Shen muttered angrily before he too quickly retreated. The next moment, Yang Ying's people also scattered like birds and beasts. The originally chaotic battle instantly subsided, and those who were excitedly spectating were immediately thrown into confusion. They didn't understand why the 4 Yang family young lords has suddenly chosen to retreat when they clearly had absolute superiority. Not only were the battle spectators confused, the people from Medicine King's Valley also didn't understand. Only Meng Wuya directed a thoughtful look towards Yang Kai, realizing that this little brat had grown a lot over the past few years. Whether it was his strength or wit, they both seemed to have increased substantially. Yang Kai made no attempt to stop his 4 brothers from leaving. He hadn't brought a lot of people with him, so he was in no position to pick a fight. Also, Meng Wuya didn't seem to have any intention to act, so Yang Kai would naturally not go provoking trouble. I've let senior brother Qin experience something unpleasant. Yang Kai walked up to the Medicine King's Valley group and bowed with cupped fists. It's nothing. Qin Zhe waved his hand. None of us suffered any harm. Yang Kai nodded slightly before turning his eyes to Xianing Chong and with a straight face uttering some amazing words. Little senior sister, I've missed you. These words were simple and sincere, with no exaggeration whatsoever, as if they had come straight from his heart. Xianing Chong stared back at him timidly, the gentle calm in her elegant eyes immediately being replaced with surprise and embarrassment, not daring to respond, only capable of fluttering her long eyelashes. Hey, you dare flirt with this old master's treasured discipline right in front of my face? Meng Wuya loudly interjected, a number of blue veins visibly throbbing on his forehead as his expression filled with dissatisfaction. Although he knew that Yang Kai's future was limitless, seeing his treasured apprentice who he loved like his own daughter respond so strongly to Yang Kai's cheap words still made him feel depressed. Did cousin also miss me? Dong Qingyan jumped out and asked with a smile. Nope. Yang Kai shook his head without hesitation. Dong Qingyan's mouth twitched for a moment before she glared back at Yang Kai spitefully. Stupid cousin. Smelly cousin. I hate you to death. Yang Kai paid no attention to his rambunctious cousin and instead turned to his allies and said, Let's head back first. His four brothers had all rushed back to their bases to reinforce their defenses. But Yang Kai also had to quickly return to his compound as only Chu Gao-yi remained there to guard his flag. This group from Medicine King's Valley was essentially here to follow Xianing Chong, so they naturally had no objections, allowing Yang Kai to take the lead as they followed him back to his compound. Staring at the head of the crowd and seeing Xianing Chong and Yang Kai talking and laughing together so intimately, Lan Chudai couldn't help revealing a bitter smile. She used to have a good relationship with this junior brother of hers as well. But back then, she hadn't held on to him tightly, even choosing to abandon him when he was facing difficulties. And before she could turn her head again, she no longer had such an opportunity. After leaving High Heaven Pavilion and joining the Dong family, Lan Chudai no longer thought about the time she had spent in High Heaven Pavilion. But when word of the Yang family inheritance war began spreading, she once again heard the name Yang Kai. Only at that moment did she realize just how precious the piece of jade she chose to abandon had been. Thinking back, she found it laughable that she thought it to be no more than a speck of dust at the time. Lan girl, Dong Qinghan, who was by her side, suddenly spoke to her in a low voice. My cousin may be a young man, but after spending so many hard years outside on his own, his mentality is far more mature than his age would suggest. Coupled with his background and great personal strength, his demeanor has become quite rigid, particularly when it comes to gratitude and grudges. But if you show him enough sincerity, I think you shouldn't have a problem improving your relationship. After all, he's still only human. When Dong Qinghan's words reached her ear, Lan Chudai's beautiful face froze for a moment before she turned and smiled at him. Why did young master mention that? Dong Qinghan just shrugged. I just spoke randomly. Saying so, he then turned to talk with Dong Qingyan beside him as if he really had just been speaking casually. Lan Chudai opened her mouth wanting to discuss Yang Kai with Dong Qinghan some more, but for some reason she couldn't bring herself to speak. Looking back at the figure in front of her, Lan Chudai slowly shook her head, knowing that she wouldn't be given such a good opportunity again in this life, no matter what she did. After half an hour, everyone returned to Yang Kai's compound. The grounds were quiet and there was no sign of anyone around. Besides Chu Gao-yi, who was standing guard near the flag, and the ordinary maidservants, everyone else had been brought out by Chiu Yimeng. Yang Kai quickly got to work handling the Medicine King's Valley disciples, ushering them into the hall and having people serve tea. He was so busy he didn't even have time to chat with his little senior sister. The people from Medicine King's Valley didn't put on airs or act aloof. Coupled with the fact that Yang Kai wasn't an outsider to them, the atmosphere was naturally harmonious. After another hour or so, Chiu Yimeng led a large crowd of people back. She had taken these 9 forces out for a walk around War City and didn't actually initiate any kind of attack. Her job was simply to provide a deterrent to the other Yang family young lords. When they returned, Yang Kai quickly introduced these various powers to Qin Zhe one by one, and Qin Zhe responded with a simple nod of acknowledgement. Not saying much, the arrogance of alchemists was apparent. In fact, even this offhand nod was a result of giving Yang Kai face. Under normal circumstances, Qin Zhe would normally not even be willing to meet with these people. Qiu Yimeng quickly set about arranging a proper residence for this group from Medicine King's Valley. Unlike his attitude towards the others, Qin Zhe gave the Qiu family's first young lady quite a bit of face, saying a few words of praise and touting the good fortune of the Qiu family to have such a competent successor, to which Qiu Yimeng replied with a tittering of laughter. Soon, all the arrangements had been completed. While Qiu Yimeng was busy, Yang Kai wasn't slacking off. This time he had been forced to make a big splash, disrupting some of his originally plans to lay low. Right now, he had to set about strengthening his mansion's defenses in case his brothers decided to not let things go and join forces to pay him a visit tonight. Bustling about, Yang Kai wasn't done until just before evening set in. Just as he was about to go get some rest though, the Qiu family's first young lady abruptly stopped him in one of the dark hallways. "Something you want to ask?" Yang Kai looked at the beauty in the darkness and asked curiously. I wanted to ask what you were planning to do next, and why you seemed so anxious." Qiu Yimeng slowly walked closer, her pretty eyes looking Yang Kai up and down. "None of your business." Qiu Yimeng snorted lightly, her tone becoming somewhat strange. "Even if you don't say anything, I know. You're going to find your little senior sister, aren't you?" "Yes," Yang Kai admitted calmly. "I've long since seen that your relationship isn't normal." Qiu Yimeng spat somewhat disdainfully, bitterly muttering, "Is she from your sect?" "Yes. She's also from High Heaven Pavilion. But why does it seem Qin Zhe is so respectful to her? Even more so than he is towards you. She's still so young. What makes her so special?" Qiu Yimeng looked confused. While she had been arranging the group of people from Medicine King's Valley, she had overheard a conversation between Qin Zhe and Xianning Chong. From the way they spoke, it was closer to a report from a junior and one of his elders rather than a conversation between fellow disciples, which she found quite unusual. There are indeed some reasons for it. Just wait a few days and you'll understand. Yang Kai didn't bother to explain. "These people should be one of the boosts you had anticipated, right? But I never expected so many of them would come." Qiu Yimeng smiled impishly. 30 alchemists from Medicine King's Valley, one of whom is mysterious grade. Yang Kai, you've really struck it rich. If this news were to be passed out, there will definitely be many people clamoring to join you. Yang Kai slowly shook his head in response. While there are benefits, there are also disadvantages. You should understand this point. Qiu Yimeng nodded in agreement. You didn't want to be the one tree sticking out from the forest, but now you've already drawn in such a big wind. What do you plan to do from now on? Do you still want to maintain a low profile? Why not? Yang Kai grinned. Beauty, you seem to only see the sensational effects of this group from Medicine King's Valley and fail to calculate how much their presence has actually increased my current fighting strength. Them coming here for me really made my brothers jealous, but don't forget, this group of people don't have strong cultivations or combat strength. When my brothers calm down and think about things, they won't take this incident too seriously. Qiu Yimeng paused for a moment before sighing. It seems I was a little too excited by their arrival and neglected this point. Even with the addition of these alchemists, in order for them to provide Yang Kai any noticeable help, it would take at least 3 months, and that was only under the condition they were provided a massive supply of materials. 3 months, it was enough time for many things to happen. What's more, the other Yang family young lords also had alchemists supporting them. The only difference was their overall quality was lower than the ones who had come from Medicine King's Valley. If Qiu Yimeng calculated correctly, this group from Medicine King's Valley would take at least 3 months to improve the strength of Yang Kai's forces, while it would take at least 6 months or so to open any kind of gap with the cultivators of his brother's allies. The events of today could only be chalked up to the Yang family young lords being shocked by the arrival of alchemists from Medicine King's Valley. causing them to temporarily make a big deal out of nothing. Qiu Yimeng sunk into contemplation for a moment before whispering. In other words, they'll come to the conclusion that these people from Medicine King's Valley aren't much of a threat to them, at least in the short term. However, as time passed, the role these Medicine King's Valley alchemists could play would only become bigger. That depends on if they can figure that out. Yang Kai grinned, his 2 rose teeth appearing quite stark in the darkness, causing Qiu Yimeng to pause. Furrowing her brow slightly, Qiu Yimeng suddenly giggled. I found that your attitude towards me has been a little different these days. At least you're not as cold as before. Yang Kai was also taken aback, but thinking about it, his attitude really had changed. Previously he felt Qiu Yimeng was too cunning and calculating, so he instinctively wanted to avoid getting close to her. But when the inheritance war began in earnest and Qiu Yimeng had taken the extraordinary step of separating herself from the Qiu family to join his camp, he probably unconsciously began to approve of her. Have you finally taken notice of my charms? Did you start to fall for me? Qiu Yimeng chuckled as she made a teasing look. Yang Kai stared at her for a moment before his mouth slowly curled into a meaningful smile, saying nothing but instead slowly approaching her. Noticing this sudden change, the Qiu family's first young lady's pretty smiling face suddenly changed color, glancing around somewhat frantically only to discover that there was not another soul in sight, then hurriedly trying to fall back. Unfortunately, she ran into a wall. The next moment, she felt a hot breath brush past her cheek as Yang Kai drew even closer to her, stretching out his arm to the wall to block her escape while his other hand landed on her shoulder. By now, the distance between the two of them was less than a few finger widths, and the aggressive air Yang Kai was putting out made Qiu Yimeng feel a little frightened. She immediately felt that she had made a mistake choosing this place to stop him in order to chat and then making such a provocative statement. What are you doing? Qiu Yimeng's breath couldn't help speed up as her eyes flashed. 20 meters to the left, some of Xiang Tianzhao's people are lying in ambush. 100 meters to the right is the hiding place of 2 masters from the Hua family. On the roof less than 30 meters in front of us, there are 3 people from the Duanmu family. I'm warning you not to mess around. Ha ha. Yang Kai smirked. What are you afraid of? We're all allies here. I'm just getting closer to you. You don't need to be so close. Can't you back up a bit? Qiu Yimeng had never been so anxious before. Unable to look back at Yang Kai's aggression-filled eyes, her body squirming uncomfortably against the wall, desperately looking for a way to escape. I can still go closer? Do you want to try? Yang Kai smiled wickedly, intimately whispering to her. The Qiu family first young lady finally managed to raise her eyes and glared back at her attacker, immediately feeling a bitter taste in her mouth when she noticed a sly and smug look in Yang Kai's eyes. Gritting her teeth, she suddenly smiled brilliantly and stretched out her hands, gently wrapping her soft arms around Yang Kai's neck and softly whispering, show me. I'd love to see what face you have to see your little senior sister with after. As she spoke, Qiu Yimeng gently lifted herself up, pressing her warm, soft peaks against Yang Kai's firm chest. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly as he immediately reached out and pinched Qiu Yimeng's cheeks, laughing for a moment before letting her go. It's all right to play around, but don't take things seriously with me. My heart can't handle it. As his voice gradually drifted away, by the time Qiu Yimeng recovered from her shock, she realized Yang Kai had already disappeared. Animal! Qiu Yimeng cursed under her breath, reaching out and rubbing her face which was still aching. That stinky man didn't know how to show tenderness. He didn't hold back at all. After muttering to herself about how she had been wronged for a while, Qiu Yimeng stared at the place where Yang Kai disappeared, a slight feeling of loss coming over her. It was undeniable that he was by far the best and most outstanding man she had ever met, probably the greatest one in the entire world. Such a man was more than worthy enough of her affection, and she indeed had some good feelings for him. But Qiu Yimeng didn't dare have such thoughts about him. It was because this type of man could not be bound to her. Compared to being with him, Qiu Yimeng was currently more interested in seeing just how far he could go, if he could one day stand high enough to overlook all mortal beings. Maybe on that day, she could truly abandon everything and follow him, but definitely not now. Xianing Chang's door was closed and the veiled girl sat at her table with her head resting on her hands as she watched the lights gently flicker, her mood also experiencing similar undulations. Yang Kai's words during the day were still ringing in her ears. Every time she thought of them, Xia Ningchang's heart filled with sweetness and her delicate face would show an innocent happy smile, although no one was there to see it. Yang Kai had never professed such words so plainly to her before. Thinking about just what these simple words implied, Xia Ningchang's cheeks grew even redder, causing her to unconsciously cover her face as if she were embarrassed to be seen right now. The time she had spent together with her junior brother in High Heaven Pavilion were the happiest days of her life. Unfortunately, they had not lasted long. Suddenly, her door was opened then closed again a moment later as a person rushed into her room. Xia Ningchang immediately woke from her dazed state and only had time to let out a small cry of panic before she was swept up in a strong pair of arms and carried to her bed. The true qi and divine sense she had quickly gathered to defend herself were dispersed in the next instant. Although it was a little dark and she hadn't clearly seen who the intruder was, upon catching a whiff of that familiar scent, Xia Ningchang immediately knew who had come to visit her. In the dim flickering light, Xia Ningchang sat on Yang Kai's lap and nestled herself in his arms, shyly stealing glances at her junior brother before quickly averting her gaze. Her delicate earlobes immediately became bright red, making her seem all the more adorable. Yang Kai stared at her with an affectionate smile, seemingly wanting to sear her image into his mind. The pair remained this way for quite some time, the world around them seemingly completely silent. This simple act of contact had already swept away all the loneliness and longing they had for one another, only leaving behind a sense of innocent happiness. Xia Ningchang had never felt so satisfied in her entire life. Although in the past, when Yang Kai looked at her, she had felt his affection, it had never been as straightforward as it was now. In his heart, there's still a place for me? The young girl secretly thought to herself, a joyful smile blossoming on her tender face as she shrank her petite body further into Yang Kai's arms. At that moment, an invisible divine sense suddenly engulfed the pair, and a spiritual energy pulse carrying a message was directly transmitted to Yang Kai's mind. Smelly brat. This old master is next door. Don't force me to butcher you right now. Upon receiving this message, Yang Kai smiled and sent a thread of his own divine sense into the next room. Treasurer Meng, peeping on your own treasured apprentice isn't something a respectable senior should do. You should have some self-respect. When this message was passed, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the divine sense which belonged to Meng Wuya shook greatly for a moment, seemingly unable to remain calm. At that moment, a burst of strange mutterings rang out from next door. Master, what happened? Xia Ningchang quickly asked. Don't worry. He's probably just having a bad dream. Xia Ningchang smiled helplessly, apparently aware that Yang Kai was spouting nonsense. With Yang Kai all but exposing him, Meng Wuya didn't bother trying to conceal himself anymore, instead just blatantly calling out, Brat, when you're done come over and see me. I have some things to ask you. Good. I also have something to discuss with you. Yang Kai nodded gently. With that said, Meng Wuya's divine sense slowly withdrew and no longer surveyed the pair. Inside the room, Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang both looked at each other and broke into smiles. They could finally feel at ease. Although both of them knew that Meng Wuya had no ill intent, being stared at so closely by such a powerful master's divine sense was always a bit uncomfortable. Holding his little senior sister in his arms, Yang Kai took no uncouth actions, just enjoying this warm moment they were sharing. Xia Ningchang was soft, so much so that it seemed like there was not a bone in her body, and the gentle scent which lingered about her was clean and refreshing. Little senior sister is amazing. You've already reached the Immortal Ascension first stage. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. When he had left Hidden Cloud Peak last time, Xia Ningchang had been a true element boundary 7th-stage cultivator. But now she had already broken through to the Immortal Ascension boundary. Such cultivation pace was not lower than his own. It's all thanks to junior brother. What exactly was that liquid you left me? After I began taking a drop of it each day, my cultivation speed became much faster than before. All this time I have been discussing alchemy with Grandmaster Xiao and studying the two spirit arrays you gave us rather than focusing on cultivating. Yang Kai couldn't help revealing a look of surprise. If Xianxia had enhanced her cultivation to such an extent so quickly without actually trying to, what realm would she have achieved if she were to? This little senior sister of his really emphasized how heaven-defying her unique physique was. That thing is called myriad drug liquid. It can help cleanse one's body and improve their physique. Do you need more? I still have lots. Xianxia nodded. I still have some. I only take 1 drop a day. Master also tried taking it, but it seems to be useless in solving his injury. Is Treasurer Meng injured? Yang Kai was shocked. How was he hurt? Little senior sister scratched her cheek, her brow wrinkling slightly as she whispered, I don't know. Master never told me the whole story. I only know that he was hurt and needs me cultivate assiduously in order to help him. Yang Kai's expression became solemn. A powerful master like Meng Wuxia was actually injured. Yang Kai had witnessed firsthand his terrible strength. In terms of combat ability, he was far stronger than an average Immortal Ascension boundary master, and perhaps only those at the above Immortal Ascension boundary could defeat him. Also, from his appearance, where was there any sign of injury? Maybe it was some old injury that had never healed properly? But if it was just some kind of dark injury, the myriad drug milk should work. Yang Kai's thoughts turned and quickly decided that the next time he saw Meng Wuxia he would ask. Treasurer Meng had made no effort to hide his disapproval of Yang Kai being close to Xianxia, but that was simply a result of him caring for his treasured apprentice. In fact, Treasurer Meng had also taken great care of him, especially during his early time in High Heaven Pavilion. This was something that Yang Kai hadn't forgotten. Junior brother, have you heard any news about Su Yan? Xianxia suddenly asked. Yang Kai's face couldn't help sinking slightly as he shook his head. I've sent out people to inquire, but I've yet to hear back from them. I still don't even know where she and the others from High Heaven Pavilion have gone. Don't worry. I'm sure she'll be safe. Xianxia whispered softly, stretching out her small hand and boldly stroking Yang Kai's hair to comfort him. If she hears you are here, she will definitely come to find you. I hope so. Yang Kai took a deep breath and calmed down, casually changing the subject. What was that artifact that little senior sister used during earlier today? It actually forced so many Immortal Ascension boundary masters back. Xianxia smiled and turned her finger slightly, summoning out the star-shaped ring that had appeared during the day once more. This is something Master gave me after I broke through to the Immortal Ascension boundary, the Gathering Star Ring. According to Master, it's a mysterious grade mid-rank artifact which can store 3 of Master's martial skill strikes. I only need to stimulate it with a little of my true chi and divine sense in order to activate it. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling shocked, a trace of envy even surfacing in his eyes. He had been wondering how Xianxia, even with her special constitution and Immortal Ascension boundary first stage cultivation, could display such phenomenal strength. Even if she was using a mysterious grade artifact, it shouldn't have been possible. After all, no matter how powerful the artifact, in the end it still needed the cultivator to provide true chi and spiritual energy. But after listening to her explanation just now, everything suddenly made sense. The strike he had witnessed was exactly the same as a Meng Wuxia's full-powered strike. How could cultivators at the Immortal Ascension boundary 7th or 8th stage possible resist? Treasurer Meng's heritage is immeasurable. Yang Kai's mouth twitched slightly, in his mind considering whether he should try to borrow a few mysterious grade artifacts from Meng Wuxia. However, with Meng Wuxia's personality, this would be quite difficult. If he had any treasures he would always give them Xianxia. As for others, even Yang Kai, it was basically a fool's dream trying to gaining any advantages from him. Well, enough about that. Yang Kai quickly collected his thoughts and said, Little senior sister, since you have come, you'll certainly be busy from now on. I'll turn over everything related to alchemy to you. I need to improve the strength of my people as soon as possible. If it's about alchemy, you can leave it to me. Xianxia's eyes curved into crescent shapes. I worked hard to improve my alchemy, so I could help you. You simply being here is a big help to me, but don't work too hard. Otherwise Treasurer Meng will never let me hear the end of it. Yang Kai smiled and said quickly, Little senior sister, relax, your knowledge sees defense. Xianing Chong looked at Yang Kai curiously, wondering why he would suddenly make such a strange request. I have some things about alchemy to teach you. Xianing Chang's eyes suddenly lit up. Is it something related to those two spirit arrays? Yang Kai nodded. Xianing Chong immediately let go of her soul's defense, and in the next moment she felt a huge and shocking spiritual energy invaded her knowledge sea. This foreign divine sense was huge and aggressive. It seemed to have a sharp edge to it and also contained some sinister and evil attributes. Fortunately, this divine sense didn't carry any malicious intent towards her, but it still frightened Xianing Chong at first. Inside her knowledge sea, Xianing Chang's divine sense condenses into a spiritual clone and tentatively called out, Junior brother? N. Yang Kai also condensed into an image of himself and nodded. How did you? Xianing Chong stared dumbfounded at this phantom, which was clearly condensed of even more powerful spiritual energy than her own, unable to stop herself from wondering how Yang Kai could have such a powerful divine sense, even though he was only a true element boundary 8th stage cultivator. Even I can't fully explain it, but it's not a bad thing. Yang Kai grinned as he slowly swept his eyes around. He found that the feel of his little senior sister knowledge sea was just like her personality, pure and innocent. Below him was an endless sea that was formed from a myriad of divine sense threads. When a cultivator reached the immortal ascension boundary, they would open up their soul's knowledge sea, and along with the increase in their strength and spiritual energy, this sea would grow larger and larger while the energy contained within it would become stronger and stronger. Yang Kai had once entered Shan Qing Luo's knowledge sea. Compared with Xianing Chang's knowledge sea, there were some obvious differences. The beguiling demon queen, Shan Qing Luo's knowledge sea, was suffused with a fascinating temptation. But inside his little senior sister's knowledge sea, Yang Kai only felt a kind of harmonious tranquility. It seemed as though Xianing Chang's knowledge sea could purify the evil within people's hearts. Above this peaceful knowledge sea, two figures stood facing each other. I'm still not familiar with how to use my divine sense right now, so I can only explain to you what I know. Take down what you can, and if there is something you don't understand, don't hesitate to ask. Yang Kai sighed helplessly. When it came to utilizing his divine sense, Yang Kai only knew how to use his soul skills. If he were more skilled at handling it, he could copy the knowledge in his mind and form a package with his divine sense before directly delivering it to his little senior sister. There would be no need to go through the trouble of explaining things. Xianing Chong nodded lightly in response. And so, Yang Kai began speaking to Xianing Chong about the true alchemic way. To this day, Yang Kai had still only extracted a very small part of the knowledge contained in the true alchemic way, but this small part still included a variety of magical spirit arrays and the experiences of many alchemy grandmasters. These things were worthless to the average person and even to ordinary alchemists, as they were too profound and mysterious. But for an alchemist of Xianing Chang's talent, they were simply peerless treasures. With this knowledge, Yang Kai believed that his little senior sister could achieve even greater results in her alchemy with far less effort, even comprehensively increasing her skills a few times over. As time passed and the sun and moon rose and set inside this tranquil knowledge sea, two illusory figures stood face to face. One person lecturing, one person listening. The atmosphere was peaceful but serious. Xianing Chang's comprehension ability was extraordinary. There were many pieces of information Yang Kai had obtained from the true alchemic way that he still didn't understand, but after explaining it to Xianing Chong and discussing with her, he too gained a lot of benefits. Gradually, the scene changed from one person imparting knowledge to another to two people expressing their opinions and exploring the mysteries of the true alchemic way. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and stretched his numb body before looking down at his little senior sister still wrapped in his arms. The two had maintained the same position all this time. His little senior sister's mind was still immersed in her knowledge sea, digesting the alchemy information Yang Kai had taught her. Regarding the true alchemic way, Yang Kai had already told Xianing Chong everything he had managed to glean from the knowledge which was planted in his mind. If he wanted to teach her the rest, it would have to wait. Staring fondly at the delicate veiled girl, Yang Kai leaned over and kissed her forehead gently before lightly placing her on her bed and standing up. Opening the door as he rubbed his forehead, Yang Kai felt a burst of exhaustion. Discussing the true alchemic way with Xianxia and lingering so long in her knowledge sea had consumed a massive amount of his spiritual energy. Standing outside the door was a young, sweet-looking maid who, upon seeing Yang Kai exit, rushed over with small steps while deftly holding a tray with a big steaming bowl on it. "Young master, you've finally come out." The maidservant looked straight at him and said with a smile, "Why are you here?" Yang Kai asked with a slightly furrowed brow. "This is something young Lady Chiu instructed this servant to do. She said that in order to restore your strength you'd need something hot to eat." Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder why Chiu Meng would suddenly act so considerately, hesitantly asking, "What is it?" The girl's face suddenly blushed faintly as she quietly whispered, "I don't know exactly. Young Lady Chiu just said that it is good for one's vitality and vigor." Yang Kai's expression immediately became strained. Chiu Meng doing this, what exactly did she want to say? "Hehe, young master, please enjoy this slowly. I've reheated it for you several times," the maid said, swiftly handing the tray over, which Yang Kai instinctively held, and before he could respond or say anything, the maid had already disappeared. Looking at the vigor-restoring soup in his hands, Yang Kai's expression was complicated. Suddenly, the door next door was flung open and a gloomy Meng Wuya came out and glared gloomily at Yang Kai with dissatisfaction. Yang Kai grinned at him and drank the bowl of soup before casually greeting, "Treasurer Meng." Meng Wuya nodded gruffly before ushering him into his room. After the two of them entered and sat down, Meng Wuya stared at Yang Kai for a while with questioning eyes. "Can you already use your divine sense? Or are you relying on some kind of artifact?" The divine sense message Yang Kai had sent him prompted Treasurer Meng to notice some peculiarities. So this was naturally the first thing he asked about. "It was indeed my own divine sense." Yang Kai admitted frankly he wanted to ask Meng Wuya for something related to this topic, so he didn't plan on hiding such basic information. How can that be? Even someone as strong and experienced as Treasurer Meng couldn't help looking shocked. Although he had speculated that Yang Kai may really have cultivated out his divine sense, when Yang Kai really admitted it, he still couldn't believe it. "Little brat, can you tell me honestly what happened?" "I don't know exactly." Yang Kai grinned sheepishly. "I encountered some opportunities, and it somehow resulted in my being able to cultivate my divine sense." Meng Wuya couldn't help narrowing his eyes at Yang Kai's reluctance to reveal the details of his experience to him. But he didn't press the issue. Everyone had their own secrets after all. "However, your divine sense is a bit strange." "Strange how?" Yang Kai hurriedly asked. "It's too strong," Meng Wuya said seriously, furrowing his brow as he continued. "It shouldn't be so powerful. The intensity of your divine sense is already comparable to a peak Immortal Ascension boundary master, yet you're still just a true element 8th stage cultivator. If you were to break through to the Immortal Ascension boundary, just how powerful will it become? Regarding this, I wanted to consult you with Treasurer Meng about something." Yang Kai also frowned. "Although I have use of my divine sense, I don't have a knowledge see." Hearing this, Meng Wuya couldn't help but sneer. "Stupid brat. You still haven't reached the Immortal Ascension boundary. Of course you don't have a knowledge see. Opening one's knowledge sea is the defining symbol of the Immortal Ascension boundary. What about having a divine sense?" Meng Wuya slowly shook his head. "No, breaking through to the Immortal Ascension boundary isn't necessarily a requirement for one to have use of their divine sense. According to this old master's knowledge, there have been some rare cases like you, and when they reached the Immortal Ascension boundary, they naturally opened their knowledge seas." "There are others like me?" Yang Kai couldn't hide his surprise. It was only because of the existence of the soul-warming lotus that he was able to coincidentally cultivate out his divine sense. What other method existed out there? And though there aren't many, this old master does know of at least one such a person. Meng Wuya's expression slowly became one of reminiscence, eventually shaking his head. "It was an incident from a long time ago, and it only lasted briefly. We cultivators start out primarily by condensing yuan qi in our dantian and meridians, but once we reach the Immortal Ascension boundary, not only is it necessary to cultivate one's true qi, but it also becomes important to cultivate our spiritual energy and divine sense. Similar to true qi, when one begins cultivating their divine sense, they need a place to store it, and that place is one's knowledge sea. Without a knowledge sea to store it, even if one managed to cultivate out their divine sense, it would simply be like melting snow in the early spring, a brief candle in the wind, dissipating within a few days. That's why this old master said that person's situation was short-lived. However, your situation is very different. Your divine sense is extremely strong and stable. Obviously, you didn't begin cultivating it a day or two ago. Meng Wuya smiled and looked at Yang Kai deeply. This old master doesn't know what secrets you're hiding, but I can say for sure that you've found some way to store your divine sense and not let it dissipate. Yang Kai nodded silently with more than a hint of admiration in his expression. For a master at Meng Wuya's level, it was indeed possible for him to deduce some truths of the matter just from what he had observed. He may not know about the existence of the soul-warming lotus, but his inference was absolutely not wrong. Yang Kai indeed had a place to store his divine sense, the 5-colored soul-warming lotus in his mind. Since you have use of your divine sense, can you use soul skills? Meng Wuya stared at him with interest. Yes, but I can only use a single one. One is enough. Soul skills are like martial skills. Only the weak need many different methods to show off their power. Once you reach a certain height, there's no need to stick to a particular martial skill or soul skill. One can only be considered strong when they can adapt to the situation and freely display their strength. Meng Wuya's tone was firm and decisive, giving people the impression that he had once stood at such a height. After a short pause, he chuckled and continued, "However, in your current situation, when you use your soul skill, do you feel that its power is lacking?" "Precisely," Yang Kai said solemnly. "This is also what I wanted to consult with you about. Naturally, it will seem somewhat weak. Your divine sense doesn't reside in your knowledge sea but is stored somewhere else. When you try to use your divine sense in combat, it means that you must first mobilize it from that place and then active your soul skill, a process which results in a lot of waste. Fortunately, the solution is simple. All you need to do is open up your own knowledge sea, and the problem will solve itself." Hearing this, Yang Kai let out a breath of relief. Although he had made a similar guess himself, but having someone confirm his theory was still a great comfort. "Treasurer Meng, do you have a method for cultivating spiritual energy on hand?" Yang Kai asked with hopeful eyes. Right now, he cultivated his divine sense mainly by studying the true alchemic way, but without sufficient pills to supplement his spiritual energy, he still felt his progress was too slow. If he had a set of spiritual energy cultivation techniques, the situation would be different, but such things were far too rare. Yang Kai knew that the Yang family had a set, but that was not something he could get his hands on. Even the Yang family fourth master wasn't qualified to learn it. On top of that, from what little he knew of it, this set of techniques didn't have very strong effects. If a cultivator wanted to supplement their spiritual energy, they almost always had to depend on rest or taking pills. At this request, Meng Wuya scoffed. "It's not like I don't have such a technique, but cultivation isn't something to be rushed. If you think there are any shortcuts, then you're sorely missed a... Please teach me." Yang Kai smiled and interrupted his preaching. Meng Wuya's brow twitched as he helplessly stared at Yang Kai, eventually letting out a sigh. "Fine, fine, fine. Even if this old master doesn't teach you, knowing your personality, you'll just go out and take even bigger risks." Saying so, Meng Wuya used a special method to transmit the technique to Yang Kai with his divine sense. Receiving this information package, Yang Kai studied it thoroughly, his expression slowly becoming excited. "How much can this technique improve my recovery rate by?" 20%. Meng Wuya replied casually. "So little?" Yang Kai was stunned, thinking that any technique Treasurer Meng passed him wouldn't be too bad, but 20% was still a bit shabby. Meng Wuya sneered, "Don't be greedy. This spiritual energy cultivating technique is an ancient and priceless treasure. This old master knows that your Yang family and all the other 8 great families have their own methods, but those pieces of trash are nothing compared to what this old master has just given you. Their techniques can only increase the restoration rate of one's spiritual energy by 10%. Yang Kai expression brightened upon hearing this. Apparently the amount of high-end information he had was too small, so he had underestimated the value of this technique. If he remembered correctly, the Yang family's spiritual energy cultivation technique should be a mysterious grade top-rank secret art. Mysterious grade top-rank techniques already stood at the pinnacle of this world, yet it could still only provide a 10% improvement. But if that were true, then this method, which was twice as effective, just what grade was this technique? Understanding all this, Yang Kai no longer dared despise this technique. Turning his eyes towards Meng Wuya and staring curiously, he found that the more he contacted Treasurer Meng, the more mysterious he became. Above mysterious grade was spirit grade, then what was on top of that? Yang Kai was puzzled and wanted to ask, but after giving it some thought, he realized that he had yet to even reach the immortal ascension boundary. Knowing too much now would do him no good. If you want to study it, do it elsewhere, don't stay in Ning Chang's room for so long. Meng Wuya ruthlessly spat. How long has it been? 5 days. Yang Kai was dumbstruck. When he was discussing the true alchemic way with his little senior sister, time seemed to pass by so quickly, he didn't even realize he had been with her for 5 whole days. No wonder Chiu Yimeng had ordered the maids to provide him with something to supplement his vigor. Staying in his little senior sister's room for 5 days was more than enough to make people misunderstand a lot. However, over the past 5 days something must have happened. If things had gone according as he had expected, at least one of his brothers should have been eliminated. Yang Kai leapt up and thanked Meng Wuya quickly before swiftly exiting his room and rushing towards the main hall. Along the way, all the people in the house greeted Yang Kai with somewhat awkward smiles, especially the 4 girls from 10,000 Flower Palace. Each of them looked at Yang Kai with a certain unspoken criticism in their eyes. Even Lan Chu-dai smiled ambiguously towards him. Yang Kai, however, maintained his appearance, too lazy to explain anything. In any case, the more he tried to explain, the worse things would get. Young Lord Kai, these past few days you've worked hard. Are you sure you don't need to rest for a while? Xingchen appeared from somewhere and said with a big fat grin on his face. So, how is it? What do you mean? Yang Kai replied blankly. Hehe, you don't need to pretend with me. Young Lord Hu said as he licked his lips, a loose smile appearing on his face. A single man and woman sharing a room for 5 days straight. Don't tell me nothing happened. I don't know what you're talking about. Yang Kai shook his head and pretended to be stupid. Forget it, I understand, but I have to say, this young lord really admires you now. Although I've encountered countless women, I've never gone at it for 5 days straight. It seems in such respects you're better than me. One day, you must tell me your secret. Xingchen said with full sincerity. Enough nonsense. Yang Kai spat disdainfully. Oh, what are you talking about? Chiu Yimeng said as she walked over. After seeing Yang Kai, she couldn't help letting out a bitter sigh, lightly chastising. As one of the young lords who is participating in the inheritance war, Yang Kai, I hope that you can pay attention to the overall situation. Gentle homes are the tombs of heroes. On this point you should be clearer than me. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled as he shot back. I naturally understand. No need to remind me. Chiu Yimeng opened her mouth to continue but eventually swallowed the next sentence. She had already figured out Yang Kai's temper and naturally would not blame him for refuting her here. This time he had at least acknowledged her concerns. If she were to persist, this stinky man would likely get angry and become objectionable instead. Greetings, young Lord Kai. From beside Chiu Yimeng, a delicate-looking young man with handsome features suddenly called out. After offering such a polite greeting, he also stepped forward and cupped his fists formally. His performance quite modest and respectful. This is... Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. This young man who had just greeted didn't seem familiar. This is young Master Lu Fei Sheng, the young city lord of Tianyuan City I mentioned to you previously. Chiu Yimeng explained. Lu Fei Sheng smiled mildly and displayed a modest attitude as he said, to be given an opportunity to serve young Lord Kai, Tianyuan City is extremely grateful. Yang Kai looked at him and nodded faintly. Is there any relationship between you and the central capital's Lu family? We don't dare to claim so. Lu Feixing smiled wryly. Qiu Yimeng quickly followed up. It's correct to say that there isn't much relationship between them, but they are still related. For hundreds of years, the 8 great families have more or less interacted with innumerable external forces, and young Lord Lu's family should be one of the Lu family's branches. However, for some reason they were expelled by the Lu family a few hundred years ago. If one was being particular, Lu Qingyao should be his cousin. Lu Feixing's expression immediately became depressed as his posture slumped slightly. My clan doesn't dare claim kinship with the Lu family. These past few hundred years we have been struggling hard with the ultimate goal of returning to the family. But even now, after my father had become a city lord, we have yet to be accepted. Huixingchan stroked his chin and nodded with a smile. If you follow young Lord Kai here, you'll have a chance. If you can help him win this inheritance war, I think the Lu family would be willing to take you back. Hearing this, Lu Feixing's face couldn't help showing a touch of excitement, cupping his fists as he said, "Then I'll be taking advantage of young Lord Hu's auspicious words. My Tian Yuan city will definitely spare no effort in supporting young Lord Kai." Yang Kai nodded slightly, not saying anything more on the subject, just turning to Qiu Yimeng and asking, "Has my 8th brother been eliminated yet?" Qiu Yimeng looked back at him with admiration and giggled. "You already knew?" Naturally, if the people from Medicine King's Valley hadn't appeared, maybe my brother could continue struggling for a while longer. But the arrival of this group of alchemists has definitely made my brothers feel a sense of crisis. At this time, if they don't achieve some victories, I'm afraid that no one would dare support them openly. And it's as you said, Yang Quan is out. When did it happen? The night before. Qiu Yimeng proceeded to explain the details. The emergence of more than 30 alchemists from Medicine King's Valley really had made the other Yang family young lords panic. They urgently needed to score a victory in order to boost their reputations. On the other hand, they also wanted to curb the propaganda these Medicine King's Valley people would bring to Yang Kai. The night before, Yang Zhao, Yang Kong, Yang Shen, and Yang Ying all invariably pointed their attention to Yang Quan. Yang Quan only had one Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Blood Warrior protecting him. In addition, Yang Quan's mother's family, his only real ally, was just a second-class force. In such an absolute inferior position, obviously he couldn't endure. After the fight, Yang Zhao obtained the flag while Yang Shen managed to capture Yang Quan. So now, 2 of the Yang family young lords had been eliminated from the inheritance war. The fight that night was quite interesting. Qiu Yimeng grinned. It wasn't so much about your brothers attacking Yang Quan as it was about them fighting each other. All of your 8th brother's defenses were swept away in the first wave of attacks with the exception of the Blood Warrior who was protecting Yang Quan himself. Everyone else had basically lost any ability to resist. The situation could almost be described as a rout. After that, your 4 brothers divided into 2 camps to attack one another and all of them suffered some losses. Yang Zhao and Yang Kong are blood-related brothers while Yang Shen and Yang Ying are also blood-related. Needless to say they divided along family lines. Pausing here, Qiu Yimeng stared at Yang Kai meaningfully before continuing. However, can you guess who benefited the most from this battle? Huixingchan also had a sly grin on his face as he waited for Yang Kai's reply. It seemed like he thought there was no way he could answer this question correctly. To his disappointment though, Yang Kai simply sneered and casually replied, "My 2nd brother harvested the flag while my 6th brother grabbed the person, but these gains can only be equal to the losses they suffered in the battle. What they really harvested was only the prestige brought about by gaining a victory. If you want to know who actually gained the most, besides me, who else could it be?" The sly smiles on Qiu Yimeng and Huixingchen's faces gradually converged as they stared at Yang Kai in shock and awe. Obviously, he had long ago been aware of what had transpired. Lu Feixing, who was standing nearby, was also shocked, suddenly feeling a bit of fear in his heart. Although he had already done his best to overestimate Yang Kai's abilities, it seemed reality had still exceeded his expectations. "Did you already know?" Qiu Yimeng asked hesitantly. "How did you know?" "You tell me." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Qiu Yimeng suddenly understood, remembering back to a few days ago when Yang Kai had rejected her suggestion to attack Yang Quan. He had certainly said he had another reason for his decision other than not wanting to stand out. At the time, he didn't want to say because it would make him sound too arrogant and simply told them that after a few days they would understand. It turns out that even back then he had already predicted this outcome. If I didn't know that you had stayed inside the house for 5 days, I would swear someone had told you this in advance. Xiao Meng took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. You really make people exhausted. You're right, the one with the biggest gains from this incident is still you. Although you didn't get the flag, didn't get the person, and even though you didn't even participate in the battle, you still gained a blood warrior. The blood warrior who was protecting Yang Quan came here to offer his services immediately after Yang Quan's exit. Xiao Yimeng quickly said, "The strength of this blood warrior is not worse than Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. Are they injured? Where is he now?" Yang Kai asked quickly. The blood warriors were a group of incomparably loyal guardians. Yang Quan had already just been eliminated, so the blood warrior who was sworn to protect him couldn't possibly be uninjured. Right now, he was probably incapable of fighting at all. He has severe injuries and is currently recuperating. There's no way for him to display his full power within a month or two, but with your magical means of curing people that shouldn't matter, right? Qiu Yimeng snorted, although she didn't know just what kind of precious elixir Yang Kai had given Chu Gaoyi and Ing Jiu. It was still a fact that it had allowed them to fully recover in only 1 day. Even after Chu Gaoyi was seriously injured on the first night of the Inheritance War, the next day he had once again emerged from his room as strong and lively as a dragon. The only thing that confused her was even if Yang Kai had such miraculous recovery medicines, shouldn't they be extremely precious? How could he seemingly use them so unscrupulously? Good. I'll go see him now. Yang Kai nodded gently. Can you tell me why? Why what? Why that blood warrior didn't choose to serve your brothers but instead came straight to you? Why you judged 10 days ago that after Yang Quan lost, that blood warrior would offer his services only to you? It's impossible, there's no reason at all, so why? Qiu Yimeng asked one question after another. Obviously she had many doubts in her heart. The events that had transpired between Yang Kai and the Blood Warrior Hall had only spread amongst the leadership of the Yang family and the various young lords. Outsiders, including Qiu Yimeng, were certainly not aware of the situation. How could she have known that because Yang Kai had taken the great risk of choosing to use the heavily wounded Chu Gaoyi and Ing Jiu? He had gained the respect of the entire Blood Warrior Hall. Every member of the Blood Warrior Hall placed loyalty and respect above all else. So after the young lords they followed were eliminated, who else would they choose to serve other than Yang Kai? No comment, Yang Kai grinned. But I can tell you that from now on, all the blood warriors who are released from their charge will come to me. The confidence in his tone bordered on arrogance. Qiu Yimeng couldn't help imagining the scene where after the defeated young lords left, one blood warrior after another gathered in Yang Kai house, bolstering her confidence even further. This was something that had never happened before. None of the previous generations of Yang family children had ever garnered such reverence from the blood warriors. If things really developed like Yang Kai said, it would be akin to a miracle. In time to come, with so many blood warriors siding with him, how could Yang Kai possibly lose? Such a situation would be no different from being invincible. Any remaining enemies would only be able to pray that Yang Kai wouldn't attack them. I suddenly have some sympathy for your brothers. This isn't even a fair fight anymore. Qiu Yimeng smiled wryly. The Inheritance War was never fair. If this was a fair competition, how could Yang Tai and Yang Quan be forced to exit so early? The Inheritance War was not just about personal strength. It was also a measure of a young lord's contacts and heritage. During the war, some young lords would inevitably be able to gather less support, while others would be able to gather more. Even when it came to the participation of the Yang family blood warriors, there was no such concept as fairness. The Inheritance War itself was governed by the law of the jungle. There's one other thing you should know. Qiu Yimeng hesitated and frowned, some worry apparent between her brows. Clearly she was disgruntled about this topic. Go on. It's about those alchemists from Medicine King's Valley. Yang Zhao, along with several of your other brothers, have jointly protested to the Yang family elder hall and requested that they cancel their right to participate, especially Qin Zhe. Naive. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, not concerned in the slightest. Qiu Yimeng grinned slightly. Although I think that in terms of the intention of your Yang family's inheritance war, your elder hall won't risk offending Medicine King's Valley to support Yang Zhao and your brothers, but we should discuss this matter. If you were a member of your family's elder hall, would you accept your brother's petition? Impossible. Yang Kai shook his head decisively. The inheritance war is a test of one's connections. My being able to forge a good relationship with Medicine King's Valley is something the elder hall would deeply desire. How could they interfere? What you say makes sense, but given Yang Zhao's personality, he shouldn't have made such a fuss if he knew it would only be in vain. He definitely has other intentions. In any case, you should pay some attention to this matter. Other intentions? Yang Kai wrinkled his brow and pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. Good. Those are the only major events you missed these past few days. The only other issue is that Qin Zhe and his people have been clamoring for alchemy materials. So, is the pill room ready? It has already been set up and all the required equipment for alchemy has been placed inside. But those alchemists from Medicine King's Valley all have their own pill stoves, so those tools probably won't be used. Yang Kai nodded in approval. Good. Then I'll deliver the materials to them myself. You can see to your own tasks. Qiu Yimeng smiled before walking off. Lu Feixiang also cupped his fists before quickly following after Qiu Yimeng. Young Lord Kai, that Tianyuan City young city lord, seems to have some intentions towards Qiu Yimeng. Since coming here, he has done nothing but follow her around. Hu Xingchun grinned meaningfully. Do you have any thoughts on this matter? If any random young lord could conquer her, she wouldn't be Qiu Yimeng. Yang Kai shook his head faintly. Why do you mention this? I don't know why, but for some reason I don't like that Lu Feixiang. Hu Xingchun spat disdainfully. That little brat is more handsome than this young lord. There's simply no justice in this world. Well, whatever. I'm gonna go cultivate now, so don't let me bother you. Listening to these words, Yang Kai glanced at Hu Xingchen's receding back blankly, wondering when this dandy young lord had suddenly become so diligent. Yang Kai thought that during his time here, Hu Xingchen had probably begun to feel a sense of pressure. The people who had come to support him were all leaders of the younger generation of their respective forces, and all of their aptitudes were excellent. Hu Xingchen, as the sole heir to one of the 8 great families, definitely wasn't willing to appear worse than these others, and it was precisely because of this reason that he had reigned in his previous debauchery. Walking over to the pill room, Yang Kai went inside and took out all the alchemy materials he had stored up so far. When Qin Zhe and the other alchemists saw this pile of alchemy materials, all of them smiled happily and rolled up their sleeves. Senior brother Qin, I'll have to entrust this hard work to you. Nonsense? Qin Zhe smiled. Being able to study the alchemic way from Master Xianxia, how could it possibly be hard? Xianxia was now a top-level alchemist comparable to Xiao Fushang himself. Qin Zhe and his fellow disciples almost never had the chance to speak with Xiao Fushang, much less watch him perform alchemy. Now that they were given an opportunity to work with Xianxia, no matter how many pills they were asked to refine, they would only be excited and anxious to do so. Little senior sister will need a day or two of meditation to study some new knowledge she has just recently acquired. So for now, you should just familiarize yourselves with this place. Yang Kai said with a slightly strange expression. The names they referred to each other by were all messed up. Qin Zhe called Xianxia Master Aunt, while Yang Kai called Qin Zhe Senior Brother. The generational confusion was quite serious. Junior Brother Yang doesn't need to concern himself with us. Just go about your own business. Qin Zhe said carelessly, turning around and joining the rest of the Medicine King's Valley alchemists as they began examining the pile of alchemy materials. After that, no one paid any attention to Yang Kai. With a helpless chuckle, Yang Kai simply turned around and left. Just as Yang Kai predicted, Xianxia really exited her room 2 days later after she had completely digested the information he had taught her from the true alchemic way and was eager to put what she had learned into practice. Inside the mansion, countless pairs of eyes monitored the movements from the pill room. In Xianxia's compound, besides the group from Medicine King's Valley, there were a total of 11 forces gathered. These people had all come to support Xianxia in the inheritance war, so Xianxia naturally had a responsibility and obligation to provide them with supplies and arms to enhance their strength in order to cope with the increasingly fierce battles to come. Now that the pill room was up and running, auxiliary pills to help them cultivate would definitely become available. Therefore, everyone, regardless of which force they belonged to, was looking forward to what kind of pills would come out in the first batch, what use they would have, and how many each of them could receive. The atmosphere in Xianxia's house was calm, and all of War City was calm. After two Yang family young lords were swiftly eliminated, the inheritance war seemed to have entered a lull period. Every young lord was actively recruiting more support, and alchemists and artifact refiners were constantly in short supply. There were also fewer and fewer materials circulating throughout the Great Han Dynasty, and what was available was becoming more and more expensive. This situation had even spread to the central capital. Pang Chi and Mu Nando of the Bamboo Knot Gang had also gathered a lot of materials during this time, and had managed to quietly smuggle them over to Xianxia's compound in the dark of night undetected. However, such good luck would only occur once. The next time they entered War City, they would very likely be intercepted. Xianxia had also exchanged Xianxia's flag for a large amount of supplies from the main family, and placed all of them into the pill room. Even with things proceeding so smoothly though, Xianxia was still anxious. Another group of people who he thought would be of great help to him had, until now, still not shown up, so he couldn't help worrying that something had come up to either delay or stop them. Finally, half a month later, the first batch of pills from the pill room was finished. The various representatives from the different gathered forces assembled in the main hall, all of them looking forward to Xianxia's announcement. With the exception of the Duanmu family, everyone else in the room was either a handsome young man or a beautiful young woman, creating a somewhat dazzling picture. This was a stage for young people. Young Lord Kai, does my Hua family have a share this time? Hua Xingchen asked with a chuckle. If there isn't enough, then you can let others use them first. My Hua family people aren't in a hurry to receive pills. Are you sure you're all right with that? Qiu Yimeng looked at Hua Xingchen and smiled meaningfully. Why wouldn't I be? Hua Xingchen said casually. Qiu Yimeng, you shouldn't look down on this Hua Xingchen. My Hua family is also one of the 8 great families. What pill can I not obtain? I just can't get things as easily from my father right now is all. My Dong family is willing to stand by this round if need be as well. Everyone else has come from afar. You can give priority to them. Dong Qinghan also said graciously. He and Hua Xingchen both figured that with only half a month having passed since the pill room had begun operating, even if these alchemists were from Medicine King's Valley and the supply of materials was sufficient, there probably weren't many finished pills. At least there certainly wouldn't be enough for so many people. The Dong family was Xianxia's mother's family. Xianxia wouldn't neglect them no matter what, so drinking this round of fresh soup didn't matter so much. As soon as Dong Qinghan spoke, a chorus of other humble declarations rang out. All the young leaders clamored to say they were willing to give priority to others. Such a harmonious atmosphere spontaneously appearing brought a warm smile to Qiu Yimeng's face. After so many days getting along with each other, she had deeply understood that these young leaders gathered in Xianxia's house weren't like typical young lords and young ladies from great forces. They all did their best to cooperate and get along with each other, and even if there was some occasional friction between their juniors, they would voluntarily step forward to mediate the situation. Obviously, they wanted to minimize Xianxia's troubles. These small details were enough to illustrate just how much weight Xianxia held with these people. If they didn't have heartfelt respect for Xianxia, given all of their individual statuses, they would never have acted too modestly. All of this was because Xianxia was here. Everyone settled down. Qiu Yimeng smiled and said, Do you think that if there wasn't enough for everyone, Xianxia would ask all of you to gather? It is precisely because everyone has a share that will be distributing pills today. When they heard this, everyone couldn't help showing looks of wonder. Xiang Tianxiao nodded slightly, commenting, Sure enough, alchemists from Medicine King's Valley are different. Their alchemy speed is extraordinary. Zuofeng laughed loudly. Even this Sua is able to use the pills refined by Medicine King's Valley's disciples, This really is a great blessing bestowed by Brother Yang. The entire hall smiled and suddenly felt that it was a very wise choice to come support Yang Kai. No matter what else happened, as long as there was a steady supply of such pills from now on, all of their strengths would steadily improve. Yang Kai grinned wryly but didn't say anything. This first batch of pills didn't come from the hands of Medicine King's Valley, but was entirely refined by Xianxia. The Medicine King's Valley alchemists were still studying the alchemic way from Xianxia, and he estimated that it would still be a few days before they really started refining pills. It wasn't that their alchemy aptitudes wasn't good, it was just that the height Xianxia was too high. Even if they were learning directly from her, it would still take them a considerable amount of time and experience to comprehend her methods. Qiu Yimeng, distribute the pills, Yang Kai authoritatively said. With a clap of her hands, Qiu Yimeng summoned a group of people from her autumn rain hall inn. Each of these people was carrying a small tray with 2 bottles of pills on them. 2 bottles per force. So many. Hua Xingchun stared at these bottles in surprise. He had thought that in such a short period of time, if each force could have a single bottle, it would already be good. But the result was actually twice as high as he expected. However, with such a large number of pills, it probably meant that the grade of each one wasn't high. Right, these should be heaven-grade pills. Young Lord Hua secretly speculated. After everyone received their 2 bottles of pills, they smiled even more happily. Although they all thought these were heaven-grade pills, they didn't have any dissatisfaction. Heaven-grade pills were by no means low quality, especially considering they needed to be supplied to so many people. These 2 bottles contain consolidating essence pills used for cultivation. Qiu Yimeng smiled and added, mysterious grade low-rank consolidating essence pills. The lively sounds in the hall suddenly fell silent. Everyone still had a smile on their face, but everyone was now staring at Qiu Yimeng and Yang Kai oddly, a trace of suspicion in their expressions, wondering if either they had heard wrong or Qiu Yimeng had misspoken. Young Lady Qiu can actually make such a joke. Hua Xingchun suddenly laughed. Everyone in the hall was surprised, thinking that even Qiu Yimeng actually had such a side to her. However, this joke wasn't very funny, and no one aside from Hua Xingchun laughed. All of them were afraid of embarrassing Qiu Yimeng, so they all decided to act modest. Qiu Yimeng stared out at the crowd indifferently, her beautiful pair of eyes casually sweeping over everyone's faces. No making any attempt to refute the quiet chatter, only asking after a long silence, "Funny, right?" Only a light, awkward cough sounded, everyone adjusting their expressions as they unconsciously straightened themselves up. Maybe you think I was joking, but what I said is true. These consolidating essence pills are all mysterious grade low rank. The pills are in your hands now. If you don't believe me, you can open the bottles and see for yourselves, Qiu Yimeng said succinctly. How could this be? Hua Xingchun obviously didn't believe her, shaking his head as he continued. The consolidating essence pill is a heaven-grade top-rank pill. I've taken many before, so of that I'm certain. How could it suddenly become mysterious grade? Although mysterious grade low rank and heaven grade top rank were only separated by a single rank, the value of the 2 was far apart. Pills below mysterious grade were just ordinary pills, but any mysterious grade pill could already be called a treasure. Every mysterious grade pill was not easy to obtain. Not only was it difficult to collect the required materials, it would also take a lot of effort and time for even the best alchemists to refine. Since the Medicine King's Valley group had arrived, it had only been half a month, and all of these alchemists had publicly made their grade known. If this group of alchemists had refined this many heaven-grade top-rank pills in such a short period of time, it would be more than enough for everyone to admire. However, Qiu Yimeng just told them that these consolidating essence pills were all mysterious grade. Obviously, everyone had a difficult time believing her. Forget about there not being enough alchemists here to refine so many mysterious grade pills so quickly. It was impossible for consolidating essence pills to be mysterious grade in the first place. After saying so, Hua Xingchun still opened one of his pill bottles and poured out a single grain. As he did so, though, the scornful look on his face suddenly changed as he gazed at the pill in his palm. The look spread across everyone's face when they poured out their pills, cries of shock and surprise immediately bursting out. All of you have not low positions in your respective sex, so you must have taken consolidating essence pills before. Naturally, you can understand the quality of the pills in your hands right now. Qiu Yimeng smiled slightly, not saying any more. Earlier this morning, when she saw this batch of consolidating essence pills, her reaction was the same as Huixingchen's, thinking that Yang Kai was joking with her, but after verifying it with her own eyes, Qiu Yimeng had no choice but to admit that these were indeed a batch of mysterious grade low-rank consolidating essence pill. How is this possible? Huixingchen muttered in a dumbfounded voice. The mere existence of these mysterious grade consolidating essence pills exceeded his realm of understanding. Still in the midst of shock, the Hu family's young lord dumped out all the pills in this bottle and began checking them one by one, quickly discovering that this was indeed a full batch of mysterious grade pills. How could this be? Huixingchen muttered for the third time, a great sense of confusion washing over him as he began to question if he was still asleep and currently dreaming. Ah, look, this pill has a pattern of lines above it like meridians. Someone suddenly screamed, as if they had just discovered something extraordinary. Pill veins. Heavens! I also have a few pills with pill veins. Me too. There are 4 of them. Ha ha ha. I'd only heard of rumors about pills having pill veins. I never dreamed I would one day actually see one. On top of that, these pill veins had appeared on mysterious grade pills, and there wasn't just 1 or 2 in the entire batch. Between 20 and 30% of all the pills had pill veins. Everyone was shocked, their faces still showing signs of disbelief, but that did nothing to diminish their obvious excitement. When an alchemist refined a pill, if their skill was high enough, there was a chance that when the pill formed lines like human meridians would appear, these were pill veins. Once a pill with pill veins appeared, its value would immediately double. Because of the existence of these pill veins, the effect of such a pill would be much stronger than an equivalent pill without such meridians, and no matter how long it was placed in storage, its potency would never fade. Even if a great amount of time passed, the pill veins would actively absorb world energy in order to nourish and maintain the pill's efficacy. Above pill veins, there was also the pill cloud. This was when a wispy cloud appeared atop a successfully refined pill, and it was said that its effects were even stronger than pill veins. However, all of this was the stuff of rumors and legends. Although the people gathered here didn't have low status, even they could rarely witness pills with pill veins. It wasn't that their respective sects lacked money to purchase such pills, but that ordinary alchemists rarely, if ever, managed to refine these things. Even alchemy-obsessed alchemists would only occasionally refine a pill with pill veins, and even then it was just a chance coincidence. Also, the higher the grade of pill, the smaller the chance that pill veins would appear. The appearance of pill veins was a symbol of a top-level alchemist. It was synonymous with the very best pills. But now, at least 20% of the mysterious grade pills in everyone's hands had pill veins. This ratio was nothing short of terrifying. These pill vein pills were more astonishing than any treasure. Everyone in the hall couldn't help shouting and laughing joyfully. The Tianyuan City young city lord Lu Feixiang was even more excited. Holding the 2 bottles of mysterious grade pills in his hand, his face flushed and his breath became hot. In his heart, he secretly thought to himself that coming here to support young Lord Kai was the best decision he had ever made. Even before any big fights had erupted, each force here had been granted 2 bottles of mysterious grade pills. Over the course of the long campaign to come, what need was there to worry about not receiving such benefits? Even the 4 girls from 10,000 Flower Palace were giggling happily at this moment. Only Han Shaoqi managed to contain herself slightly. Although she too was excited, she still maintained the proper poise of a big senior sister. But this didn't stop her from glancing towards Yang Kai and smiling gratefully. As for Yi Han, her personality was lively to begin with. As she checked each individual pill, every time she came across one with pill veins she would call out loudly, leading her senior sisters to secretly scold her about showing proper etiquette. Senior Qin is too amazing. Medicine King's Valley is simply on a different level. After recovering slightly from his initial excitement, Chu Jingshan of Soaring Feather Pavilion couldn't help praising lavishly. Indeed, Senior Qin having such skill now, I'm afraid he can already stand shoulder to shoulder with Grandmaster Xiao. Feng Qianhen of Water Moon Hall added on. Qian, on the other hand, had his brow furrowed, carefully grasping the bottle of mysterious grade pills in his hand as he stared straight towards Yang Kai. Different from those who came from first-class forces, Qian wasn't as uninformed. The things that he had encountered and seen before were undoubtedly of a higher level than them. The Hua family also had a mysterious grade alchemist, more than one in fact, but according to what Qian knew, even those alchemists couldn't refine so many mysterious grade pills in such a short period of time. As for refining this many pills with pill veins, even if they were given another 10 years they wouldn't be able to accomplish such a feat. Even if Xianxia was the young valley lord of Medicine King's Valley, he was still only a recently promoted mysterious grade low-rank alchemist. Could he really be the source of these pills? As Qiu Yimeng's gaze swept over the hall, her eyes met with Qian's, and the two young youths from super families shared a glance, each noticing the doubts in the other's eyes. This whole thing was extremely strange. But in the end, having obtained these mysterious grade pills, naturally everyone was in a hurry to cultivate. With such a batch of pills available, improving their strength would only be a matter of time. Everyone in the hall quickly offered some words of thanks before saying goodbye and returning to their own courtyard to enter retreat. Even Qian couldn't wait to go back and try the effects of these pills. After everyone else had left, Qiu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai with a meaningful smile and asked, "So, would you like to tell me who refined these pills?" "Don't bother asking, I won't tell you." Yang Kai faintly shook his head. This matter was related to his little senior sister. Yang Kai obviously wouldn't tell anyone. Moreover, with the exception of the Medicine King's Valley alchemists and Yang Kai, everyone else was strictly forbidden from entering the pill room. Even Qiu Yimeng didn't dare enter this place lest she disturb the alchemists inside. So she really wasn't clear about the source of this batch of pills. Rolling her eyes though, Qiu Yimeng muttered, "Even if you don't tell me, I know. These pills were refined by your little senior sister, weren't they?" The Qiu family's first young lady was extremely intelligent and observant. She had quickly judged that Xianxia didn't possess such great skill, and in addition to Yang Kai and the Medicine King's Valley disciples, only Xianxia had gone in and out of the pill room. Given this many clues, it was easy for her to infer some things. "Don't speak irresponsibly. Be careful I don't kill you to silence the witness." Yang Kai glanced at her, his gaze filled with a meaning of warning. Qiu Yimeng's beautiful face paled slightly, filling with a stunned expression. Just now, she had only made a wild guess. But given Yang Kai's intense reaction, this batch of pill really seemed to have stemmed from his little senior sister. Not concerning herself with Yang Kai's warning, Qiu Yimeng's look became dignified, realizing now that Xianxia was far more than just Yang Kai's woman. But with the exception of her veil, which caused people to take notice of her, there didn't seem to be anything especially noteworthy about this young woman. Although her strength was quite high for her age, at least Immortal Ascension boundary first stage, could she really have refined all of these pills herself? Shaking her head as a wry smile appeared on her face, Qiu Yimeng immediately dismissed this inconceivable notion. By the time she came to her senses and looked around, Yang Kai had already disappeared. One day I'll dig up all your secrets," Qiu Yimeng muttered, secretly feeling some slight concern. Yang Kai's various mysteries had already made her pay special attention to him, and now even the woman around him seemed to hide some incredible secrets. Naturally, this piqued Qiu Yimeng's curiosity. Meanwhile, Yang Kai strolled over to his little senior sister's room. Over this past half-month, Xianxia had almost constantly been performing alchemy and hadn't had much rest, let alone had time to speak with him. Opening the door and stepping inside, Yang Kai's expression suddenly turned strange. Inside there was not only Xianxia, but also Lan Chudai. The two young women seemed to be chatting about something, gentle smiles upon their faces. After noticing Yang Kai come in, two pairs of eyes immediately glanced over at him. Two senior sisters seemed to be in a good mood. "What are you talking about?" Yang Kai didn't stand on ceremony and simply walked in. Xianxia and Lan Chudai exchanged a glance before grinning. "Womanly affairs. There's no need for you to know." Lan Chudai glanced at Yang Kai and said, "There's no outsiders here. Let's hear it." Yang Kai replied with a laugh. Hearing him say so, Lan Chudai suddenly felt a little happy in her heart. As Yang Kai spoke, he walked over to where Xianxia was sitting, gently picked her up and, ignoring the exclamation of his little senior sister, sat her down on his lap before turning to Lan Chudai and waiting for her to answer. "Junior brother?" Xianxia whimpered as she fidgeted uneasily, but wrapped strongly in Yang Kai's arms. There was simply no way for her to flee. In a flash, her face had become bright red and her delicate eyelashes were fluttering violently, burying her head in her chest, not daring to meet anyone's eyes. "No need to be nervous," I just said. "No one here is an outsider." Yang Kai smiled, his face showing a roguish expression. The delight on Lan Chudai's face quickly faded as she squeezed out an awkward smile. "It seems that I best no disturb you two any more than this." With that said, she immediately got up and left. Xianxia also made another attempt to get up, but Yang Kai gently tickled her, causing her to squirm slightly and give up any idea of escaping. Yang Kai had targeted her delicate waist, which was a naturally sensitive place for her. The reason he had acted so in front of Lan Chudai was to let her leave. Time was precious, and he didn't have much to spend with this little senior sister of his. So how could he allow others to bother them? After Lan Chudai left, Yang Kai waved his hand and a soft wind gently shut the door. Outside the room, Lan Chudai's smile was stiff and bitter. How could she not understand Yang Kai's intention? It was because he made it so obvious that it had stung so much. Both she and Xianxia were Yang Kai's senior sisters. Both of them had passed through the period of unfamiliar to familiar with him. But now, the difference in value between her and Xianxia in Yang Kai's heart was as different as heaven and earth. Along the road of life, often a single inadvertent choice could change one's destiny. Thinking so as she shook her head slightly, Lan Chudai stared down at her somewhat thin clothing and suddenly felt that autumn had come and it was a bit cold. Listening to the sounds outside the door and noticing that Lan Chudai had left, Xianxia whispered as quietly as a mosquito, "Junior brother, you can let go now. Does it feel that uncomfortable?" Yang Kai looked into her eyes and said with a smile, "Woo." Xianxia gently applied, his cheeks hot. "Do you like me?" Yang Kai's grinned devilishly as he asked this mischievous question. Xianxia didn't dare to answer, holding her silence as her heart beat loudly. "So you don't like me?" Yang Kai sighed with a look of disappointment. "No, no." His little senior sister suddenly panicked and waved her hands, her eyes spinning with anxiety. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. Treasurer Meng next door tightly gripped his fists as he felt a raging fire flare up in his chest, barely able to stop himself from rushing over and beating Yang Kai so badly his own mother wouldn't recognize him. "Little brat. Little bastard. You dare bully this old master's precious, innocent, adorable, treasured apprentice. Shameless. Are you trying to enrage this old man? Junior brother, are you teasing me?" Xianxia whimpered, her delicate cheeks visibly swelling with discontent under her veil. Gazing at Xianxia, Yang Kai's eyes grew soft. It seemed like all the exhaustion from this period of hard work had all been dispelled. Xianxia was uncomfortable, but realizing she couldn't get away, she instead turned her head and changed the subject. "Junior brother, you don't seem to like senior sister Lan." Yang Kai's brow furrowed slightly and thought for a while before replying, "It's not that I don't like her, it's just that I feel like I should avoid too much contact with her." "Why?" "From what I've seen, senior sister Lan seems to care quite a bit about you. Even just how when she came to see me, she talked a lot about you." "It's precisely because of that." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Let's say, if I wasn't a child of the Yang family, or a former disciple of High Heaven Pavilion any longer, would that change your attitude towards me, little senior sister?" "No. No matter who you become, you'll always be my junior brother." "I knew you'd say that, but not everyone is like you. Our senior sister Lan is like that. I'm afraid a large part of her caring about me right now is because of my identity. If one day I was no longer a Yang family person, she may change her opinion of me again. Of course, these are just my personal opinions, but I still feel that I should try to contact her as little as possible. I can't say that the way she does things is wrong, In fact, it may even be the appropriate way for her to think. All I can say for sure is that little senior sister is too good. There's no comparison between you. Yang Kai shook his head and explained his thoughts to Xianxia, who appeared slightly skeptical. However, Yang Kai knew that in her heart she understood. Although little senior sister was innocent and cute, she was not ignorant of worldly matters. She was simply too kind-hearted and didn't like seeing the ugly side of others. Right, what about my pills? Yang Kai asked. They're on the bed. I'll get them. Xianxia leapt from Yang Kai's lap and walked over to her bed, taking out a small bag and handing it over to Yang Kai. Opening the bag, 6 bottles of pills appeared in Yang Kai's eyes. There are 3 bottles used for cultivating true qi, all of which are yang attribute, and 3 bottles used for restoring spiritual energy. Xianxia said slightly regretfully, time was too tight, so I could only refine these for now. This is more than enough, Yang Kai said, extremely satisfied. After all, these pills are all mysterious grade low rank. Like the consolidating essence pills from before, all of these should have been heaven grade top rank pills, but they had been upgraded by Xianxia to the mysterious grade low rank. Myriad drug liquid wasn't only useful for cleansing the body, but by adding a drop during the pill refinement process it could also enhance the quality of that pill. By using myriad drug liquid in conjunction with the spirit arrays from the true alchemic way, accomplishing this seemingly impossible task had become a breeze for Xianxia. If there was no help from the myriad drug liquid and spirit arrays, given Xianxia's current alchemic ability, there would have been no way to refine so many mysterious grade pills in a short half a month. Yang Kai didn't have so much mysterious grade material for her to play with. Don't tire yourself out. Yang Kai looked at her somewhat worriedly. I'm not tired at all. When I perform alchemy, my strength also steadily improves. In fact, I feel as if I'm going to break through to the Immortal Ascension boundary 2nd stage soon, so I hope I can refine even more pills. If I can grow up quickly, I can be of more help to junior brother and master sooner, Xianxia said happily. To her, alchemy is cultivation. The sacred spirit medicine body is really special, Yang Kai secretly thought to himself. Finishing his conversation with Xianxia, Yang Kai too began to cultivate. As always, Yang Kai started by absorbing the 3 bottles of yang attribute pills first and converted them into yang liquid, then used the other 3 bottles recovery pills to supplement his spiritual energy as he studied the true alchemic way. In addition, by using the spiritual energy cultivation technique taught to him by Treasurer Meng, Yang Kai noticed a marked improvement in the speed his spiritual energy recovered. While Yang Kai cultivated, Xianxia stayed quietly by his side, either restoring her strength or napping on her bed. Such a scene reminded Yang Kai of the time the two had spent together in his secluded cave under the coiling dragon stream. 2 days later, Xianxia once again went to the pill room to perform alchemy, leaving Yang Kai suddenly feeling a bit lonely. As time passed, Yang Kai could clearly feel that his strength was improving step by step, and he was only a step away from breaking through to the true element boundary 9th stage. With the Immortal Ascension boundary within sight, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little excited. As long as he arrived at the Immortal Ascension boundary, he wouldn't need to care about the surveillance of the 8 above Immortal Ascension boundary masters in War City. In the quiet hours before dawn, Yang Kai was silently studying the mysteries of the true alchemic way when all of a sudden, he felt something slightly out of place. Opening his eyes rapidly, his brow furrowed as he used the full force of his divine sense to sweep the mansion. At the same time, Yang Kai clearly felt that from the room next door, Meng Wuya also completely let loose his divine sense. Compared with his own, Meng Wuya's divine sense was incredibly subtle, nearly undetectable, but its tyrannical strength was undeniable. The 2 powerful divine senses simultaneously probed the entire mansion and quickly locked onto an anomaly. Courting death, Yang Kai coldly snorted, condensing his spiritual energy and launching his soul skill towards the intruder. In the darkness, a wisp of purple light burst out, followed by a cry of surprise as a thin, blurry figure suddenly appeared. Who goes there? All of the strong masters in the mansion immediately noticed something amiss, and Yang Kai's mansion immediately became noisy. The next moment, the sound of whistling wind rang out as countless people flew towards the disturbance's source. The thin and fuzzy figure was obviously stunned, apparently never having thought they would be noticed. Not daring to hesitate, the figure suddenly swayed and became engulfed in flowing lines of water. As this water curtain rippled open, the person's body gradually blurred again. Just as the figure was about to disappear completely, a ghostly figure flashed behind it, and two daggers with shimmering cold light slashed open the surrounding several meters of space. Ingzhou. With a great splashing noise, the figure exploded and scattered. Ingzhou's eyes swept the area once before he quickly retreated into the shadows, fixing his gaze on the spot where the figure had just stood. However, there was no trace of anyone there, only a faint watery mist gently floating about. 1,000 meters away, a blurry figure was escaping at lightning-like speed, causing Ingzhou to furrow his brow slightly. Such speed! Shwa shwa shwa. A moment later, countless figures landed in the hallway and Xianxia strode forward, glancing at a trace of blood on the ground, then in the direction the invader had fled before letting out a cold grunt. What's all the racket about? The door to the pill room was suddenly opened and Xianxia stepped out while muttering unpleasantly. But upon seeing so many people present along with Xianxia, he quickly converged his expression and wrinkled his brow. He could also see that the situation was unusual. Someone snuck in. Did anything happen to any of the disciples from Medicine King's Valley? Xianxia asked quickly. No, Xianxia shook his head. Xianxia released his divine sense again and carefully swept the area, confirming that there were no casualties amongst the Medicine King's Valley group and that Xianxia was safe. However, the pill room was the most heavily defended position in the entire compound, yet someone had still managed to invade all the way here. This alone was enough to alarm Xianxia. This was nothing less than a slap across his face. Quickly check if there are any losses inside the mansion, Xianxia ordered firmly, his expression akin to the gathering clouds before a great storm, causing all those present to feel their hearts clench. The people who had gathered here departed as quickly as they had arrived. A short time later, they had all reported the situation to Qiu Yimeng. There have been no losses, Qiu Yimeng said, her expression slightly unsightly. Although she was glad that there were no signs of damage and no one was injured, how a person managed to sneak into this heavily guarded area was worth investigating further. Of course, a traitor wasn't impossible, but it was unlikely. As of this moment, Xianxia didn't have any suspicions about the people inside his mansion. However, this meant that a lone person had sneaked into the vicinity of the pill room solely relying on their own ability. Such a thought made Qiu Yimeng pale up. By this point, Xianxia had gathered a lot of strong people, a number of whom were Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Masters. The defense of the pill room was also the strictest in the entire compound, yet it was still almost invaded by this mysterious master. Just how strong was this person? But since he had successfully made it so far, why was he exposed all of a sudden? Qiu Yimeng couldn't understand what exactly had happened. Ingzhou, did you see what he looked like? Xianxia asked, his brow thoroughly wrinkled. From the shadows, Ingzhou's voice rang out. I apologize, but your subordinate doesn't even know if the intruder was a man or a woman, let alone their cultivation level. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help gasping. In terms of concealment and assassination, Ingzhou was an expert of the highest order, yet even he hadn't managed to learn anything about the intruder. This person was really mysterious. However, if this subordinate isn't wrong, this person's real cultivation shouldn't be very high. Otherwise he wouldn't have been caught by my flickering shadow strike. Ingzhou commented. Although the intruder managed to escape, he or she was still injured. The fresh blood on the ground was clear evidence of that. Xianxia sunk into contemplation for a moment before concluding. Either he uses some kind of powerful artifact, or he cultivates some technique specializing in stealth. Interesting. Who among my brothers managed to recruit such a master? This time, if he and Treasurer Meng hadn't been on alert, this invader would likely have succeeded in their mission. Sneaking into the vicinity of the pill room, his intentions were obvious. This person definitely wanted to act against the alchemists from Medicine King's Valley. If the Medicine King's Valley people suffered any harm, it would be a huge problem in many ways for Xianxia. Junior brother Yang, since nothing happened, I'll be heading back first. Xianxia said nonchalantly, his expression perfectly calm, totally unlike someone who had just survived a possibly life-threatening situation. N. Yang Kai nodded lightly. After Xianxia left, Yang Kai called out, Xiao Shun, reporting. An Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master a full head shorter than an average man walked out of the crowd. This was the Yang family blood warrior who had come to offer his services to Yang Kai after his 8th brother Yang Quan was eliminated. When he had arrived, he was seriously injured, but with the help of Yang Kai's miraculous healing pills, he had completely recovered over the past couple of days. From now on you will stand guard in front of the pill room. Xiao Shun nodded firmly. Little Lord can rest assured that as long as I still draw breath, no one will get close to the pill room. Yang Kai gently nodded before turning his gaze in the direction that the mysterious master had fled, a fierce grin slowly forming on his face. It seems that the presence of these Medicine King's Valley alchemists was still bothering his brothers quite a bit, or it would have been impossible for them to send such a powerful master to deal with them. However, whoever ordered this really had some guts, daring to attack this group of alchemists. As the sun slowly began rising in the east, the sky gradually brightened. Following this unprecedented event, no matter who it was, they couldn't feel at ease. Qiu Yimeng immediately redeployed the entire mansion's defenses, keeping everyone busy. Yang Kai stood in place and stared at the blood stain on the ground while thinking about the scene where his divine sense had discovered the intruder, eventually shaking his head helplessly. He too hadn't been able to determine what this person was up to or even if they were a man or a woman. Whatever secret art or artifact this mysterious master was relying on was truly amazing. Suddenly, a set of approaching footsteps brought Yang Kai out of his contemplation. Turning around, he saw a cultivator from the Chiu family's autumn rain hall rush over and cup his fists in front of him, saying, Young Lord Kai, a Yang family representative has come. A Yang family representative? Yang Kai expression became pensive. He holds an order from the Yang family elder hall and has been brought to the main hall. He asks that young Lord Kai come immediately. I understand. Dismissing the man and frowning for a moment, Yang Kai suddenly sighed. Everyone should prepare. Today there will be a big event. Haha. Finally some action. These past few days have been nothing but cultivation and more cultivation. It's killing me. Yang Kai, this time, no matter what you decide to do, you have to bring us along. A group of young men and women all rolled up their sleeves and eagerly clamored to stir up trouble, like they feared the world not being chaotic. Don't get too hasty, I don't know the details yet. Anyways, all of you should go back and get yourselves ready to move out. Yang Kai smiled wryly and turned to the direction of the main hall. Qiu Yimeng rushed to catch up and asked suspiciously, How do you know there will be something today? Yang Kai chuckled as he replied, If my guess is right, the family should want to speed up the progress of the inheritance war. Since my 2 brothers were eliminated, the remaining 6 of us have been quietly minding our own business for almost a month now. Such a peaceful scene is not something the family would desire. Do you think the Yang family will order you to take the initiative? The elder hall wouldn't use such a blunt instrument. They must be planning something else. Yang Kai frowned. He too was speculating about what the family would do. However, in the end all he could do was listening to the official announcement. As the two chatted, they quickly arrived at the main hall. Inside the hall, someone with his hands crossed behind his back stood waiting. After a single glance, Yang Kai wore a stunned expression before hurriedly greeting this man. Father! When the Yang family 4th master turned around and saw his son striding in, he couldn't help himself from smiling, nodding lightly. Qiu Yimeng also reacted quickly, performing a graceful bow and politely greeting. Qiu family's Qiu Yimeng greets the Yang family 4th master. Yang Yingfeng looked at Qiu Yimeng for a moment before smiling back. Young Lady Qiu is too polite. Since you've chosen to support Kaier, we're all one family now. Pausing for a moment. To be here with Kaier, you must have suffered. Uncle doesn't need to treat me like an outsider. Helping Yang Kai was niece's decision. She did not suffer at all. Yang Yingfeng let out an even happier laugh as he nodded and said, Kyer is young. If he offends you, I ask little niece to not take it to heart. If you ever feel like you have been wronged here, just tell uncle bluntly, and I'll teach him a lesson for you. Thank you, uncle. Qiu Yimeng smiled sweetly. If there ever comes a time, little niece will depend on uncle's words. As she said so, she smugly shot a glance towards Yang Kai, silently saying, if you dare to bully me, I'll definitely complain. As Yang Kai listened to his old man and the young woman beside him rapidly go from polite strangers to intimate family members, his expression couldn't help turning black, quickly steering the conversation back to the main point. Father, what are you doing here? Delivering the family's command. Yang Yingfeng's expression immediately became serious as he handed over the Yang family elder hall's order, quickly explaining, 2 hours later, 50 kilometers outside War City at Pojing Lake, a batch of artifacts will appear. Whoever manages to seize them can keep them. Hearing this, Yang Kai's eyes lit up while Qiu Yimeng's beautiful face also showed an excited expression. The biggest factor that determined a cultivator's strength was their own cultivation. But in addition to this, there were other external forces they could rely on. There were 3 kinds of external forces. One was pills, the second was artifacts, and the last was secret arts or martial skills which could raise their combat power. When it came to pills, Yang Kai didn't need to spare a second thought. With Xianing Chong and the group of alchemists from Medicine King's Valley supporting him, Yang Kai had an absolute superiority in this aspect. Secret arts and martial skill weren't things that he could easily obtain, so Yang Kai was focused on acquiring artifacts right now. A cultivator could dramatically increase their combat efficiency by using a powerful artifact. Also, compared to the use of techniques, the rise in strength brought by artifacts was simpler and more direct. As of right now, this was the soft underbelly of Yang Kai's mansion. The artifacts used by the cultivators in his house were all brought from their own forces and everyone only had 1 or 2 pieces each. If he could acquire a large batch of artifacts, then the overall strength of his supporters would be upgraded significantly. Glancing over at Qiu Yimeng, the two of them were clear about each other's intentions. I have delivered the Elder Hall's command. Whether you go or not is for you young people to decide. Yang Yingfeng smiled. Why wouldn't I go? Yang Kai said enthusiastically, suddenly thinking of something. This batch of artifacts is from the family, right? No, not just our Yang family, but all of the central capital's 8 great families donated some artifacts. However, most are still from the Yang family. The other 7 families only symbolically contributed. How many pieces? 1,000 in total, Yang Yingfeng said as he raised a single finger. Both Yang Kai and Qiu Yimeng were not inexperienced youngsters and could even be said to be amongst the top of the younger generation. But even they couldn't help feeling some shortness of breath at this figure. 1,000 artifacts. Right now there were at most 300 people gathered in the mansion. If all of these artifacts could be obtained, that would mean that every person here could receive 3 or 4 artifacts. Of course, such a calculation was definitely unrealistic. 80% are Earth-grade artifact while the vast majority of the remaining 20% are Heaven-grade, but there are also a few mysterious grade artifacts. All the more reason to go. Yang Kai grinned. The roles mysterious grade artifacts could play were significant. If he didn't grab them, they would only fall into others' hands. Being able to take out 1,000 artifacts in one shot, the heritage of the central capital's 8 great families was really extraordinary. Although most of the artifacts weren't too high grade, this number was still scary enough. Uncle, is there any other news available? Qiu Yimeng asked with a sweet smile, apparently hoping to gain more information to help plan ahead. For example, how and where exactly would these artifacts appear? Having such information would be of great value and make taking the initiative easier. Don't bother asking. The family felt relieved enough to allow my own father to deliver their command. Obviously, they only told him information they wanted disclosed. Yang Kai waved his hand. Yang Yingfeng glanced at his son and nodded. The only things I know are innocuous pieces of intelligence. The others who have come as messengers are the same. The starting point of all you juniors is the same. How much can you harvest will be up to your own means. I was just asking. Qiu Yimeng shook her head gently. paying particular attention to her behavior in front of Yang Feng for reasons even she didn't quite understand. In that case, we should go prepare ourselves now. Yang Kai grinned fiercely. His expression overflowed with confidence as a raging fire burned in his eyes. If father has nothing to attend to, you might as well stay here for a few more days. Yang Kai suddenly proposed to Yang Feng. However, the Yang family fourth master shook his head wryly. Your mother has said specifically that I must go back and report your situation to her. Take care then, father. I'm off. Yang Feng waved and set out. Word that 1,000 artifacts were about to appear spread throughout War City quickly, instantly setting off a wave of commotion. The 6 Yang family young lords all hastily made preparations and set out. Whether it was wealthy lords or low-life gang members, everyone who got the news rushed to Pajing Lake, ready to watch the fun. Inside his mansion, Yang Kai rubbed his forehead as he stared out at his group of noisy allies before him. With the exception of the 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Duanmu family who kept their silence, everyone else vehemently expressed their desire to have their force join Yang Kai this time. Even the 5 Immortal Ascension Masters from the Duanmu family, who didn't speak, had an unmistakable fighting intent in their eyes. This charade had gone on for quite some time now and had devolved into a loud mess. Chou Meng didn't know what to do. Most of these people were personal friends of Yang Kai, so unlike with the allies of the other young lords, they couldn't be treated as simple henchmen and casually ordered about. Whatever the case, this young lord is definitely going to go this time. Damn, how can I, Hu Xingchun, miss such a big event? The Hu family young lord made a face that screamed, if you don't take me, I'll go myself. Chou Meng opened her mouth to also voice her desire to go, but seeing Yang Kai's current struggle, as his second in command, she felt it best not to add on to this chaos, restraining herself as she waited for Yang Kai to speak. Looking at these enthusiastic allies, Yang Kai couldn't help smiling. Contrary to what they were saying, them wanting to go was not because they were bored, or because they were tempted by the 1,000 artifacts. It was simply because they had all just received those extraordinary pills from Yang Kai and felt they hadn't given anything back to him yet. All of them had come here to support him, so now that an opportunity to finally contribute had arrived, who would be willing to give up? Draw lots. Yang Kai finally said. Letting them continue to argue would accomplish nothing, so he might as well use the simplest method to decide. The noise in the hall instantly calmed down as everyone turned a surprised expression towards Yang Kai, not having expected him to propose such a method. However, there was nothing wrong with this idea either. Good. Who stays and who goes will be decided by destiny. Han Shaoqi smiled slightly and was the first to agree. We'll draw. Dong Qinghan nodded. This young lord has no opinion. Hu Xingchen grinned meaningfully. To show fairness, Yang Kai personally held the lots and soon, the results came out. From his 11 supporters, the Hu family, Duanmu family, Dong family, 10,000 Flower Palace, Reflecting Moon Sect, and Tian Yuan City groups would follow Yang Kai while the rest would remain to guard the mansion in case something came up. Any objections? Yang Kai looked around. All right, I'll watch the house this time. Chou Meng giggled and smiled. Good. Let's go. Yang Kai expression became serious, swinging his hand as he led the way, the 6 forces accompanying him rushing to keep up. Of the 6 forces, besides the Hu family which only brought 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters, each had at least 5 Immortal Ascension Cultivators. Of these Masters, 4 had reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage while the rest had an uneven distribution of strength but none of them were weak. A total of nearly 30 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters and a large number of True Element Boundary Cultivators. A spectacular lineup. In a kilometer outside from Yang Kai's mansion at this moment, there was a party of a man and 2 women in the lobby. All 3 of these people were youths and 2 of them were even twins. The pair of twins both wore light blue dresses and had refined, beautiful features, charming faces, slender waists, tall chests, and jade white skin. Simply by sitting there they frequently caused pedestrians and guests in the inn to stare. Great beauties were rare while beautiful twins were even rarer. However, the expressions upon the beautiful faces of these 2 flowers weren't good. One of them seemed helpless and depressed while the other appeared indifferent but with some faint dissatisfaction and resentment between her eyebrows. As for the young man, he too didn't seem too happy, smiling helplessly as he sighed over and over again. "Elder sister, we have been here for more than a month now. Do you still not want to go?" The down sister also nodded. "Elder sister, us staying in this inn won't solve anything. Since we've come, why don't we just go see him? Who do you want to look for?" The last person grumbled angrily. "We aren't here looking for someone, we just came out to play, I know. The man one again repeated the words he had heard too many times to count. "However, this war city is so chaotic right now. You two sisters living here will draw unwanted attention sooner or later. Haven't you noticed that more and more people have been staring recently?" "I won't go," the charming young woman firmly declared. "You can go by yourself. I'll just hide in the room after you leave. Problem solved." The young man shook his head and sighed again. Wasn't it just him hiding his true identity? Besides, it's not like he was trying to deceive you. The Yang family has its own rules that forbid him to announce himself. Why are you so upset about it still? The young woman pursed her lips and pouted, unwilling to argue back. Just as the young man and young woman were talking, a large number of people rushed out from Yang Kai's mansion with Yang Kai himself at the head, all of them rushing towards the east. Looking at the familiar figure fly past, the two beautiful twins' eyes brightened slightly before suddenly dimming once more. "Looks like there's movement," the young man commented. Yang Kai suddenly taking so many people out, obviously something big was happening. Turning to the two sisters in front of him, he quickly said, "I want to take a look, are you coming?" "Elder sister, I want to go," one of them quickly said. Do what you want, but don't take too long to decide. Let's go," the young man hurriedly said before rushing out. The two sisters glanced at each other for a moment before not hesitating to catch up. Just outside War City, another group of people quickly appeared beside Yang Kai's. When the two sides noticed one another, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. It was Yang Zhao's forces. Although a month ago Yang Kai's supporters had surpassed Yang Zhao's, as time passed, Yang Zhao had gathered more and more power, so this time, the number of people he had brought out was no less than the number following Yang Kai, and amongst them there were many strong masters. The distance between the two groups was less than 300 meters, but neither side was able to outpace the other. Ninth brother's movement skill is impressive. Yang Zhao suddenly chuckled. "No wonder third brother was taken away by you. Second brother praises me too much." Yang Kai also smiled slightly. "This time second brother won't let off so easy. Anytime second brother wants to fight, ninth brother will be more than happy to accompany you. We can even play now if you'd like." Yang Zhao's smiling face instantly went a little stiff. Facing Yang Kai's aggressive attitude made him feel somewhat uncomfortable, but he quickly recovered his composure and shook his head. "Another time perhaps. There'll be plenty of chances for us brothers to compete in the future." "True enough." Yang Kai nodded, not provoking Yang Zhao any further. As the two brothers spoke, the sound of something cutting through the air suddenly came from behind, and a lone figure immediately passed the two groups and shot towards the distance like lightning. Whether it was Yang Kai or Yang Zhao, neither of them could help staring at the back of this young man. "Lu Qingyao," Xianxia exclaimed, gnashing his teeth. "That fellow is too arrogant." Although he had spoken angrily, there was some helplessness in his voice as well. After all, even Xianxia had to admit that Lu Qingyao was far stronger than himself. However, soaring directly over the heads of these two groups of people and flying away without a single word, his meaning couldn't be clearer. He didn't place anyone here in his eyes. When he heard the exclamation of Xianxia, Yang Kai's brow furrowed slightly. He had only heard the name Lu Qingyao, but until today he had never seen him. After the start of the Inheritance War, he also learned that Lu Qingyao had been spectating from inside War City, never helping any of the Yang family young lords or acting against them either. Obviously, he thought none of them deserved his services. So he's Lu Qingyao. Sure enough, he has enough capital to act arrogantly. Yang Zhao couldn't help snorting. "Ninth brother. This is my Yang family's stage. How can we let an outsider rob the limelight?" Yang Kai grinned and nodded. Agreed. The smiles on both brothers' faces were practically identical. Immediately, both of them suddenly increasing their speeds, shooting off like a pair of shooting stars. The people in the two groups behind, no matter who they were, gasped in admiration. Xianxia had broken through to the Immortal Ascension boundary first stage a few days ago, and although he had yet to consolidate his cultivation, he had truly crossed the Immortal Ascension watershed. Being able to suddenly display this kind of speed at the Immortal Ascension first stage, even faster than what Lu Qingyao had displayed earlier, was naturally quite impressive. What was even more amazing was Yang Kai, a trivial true element boundary 8th stage cultivator that was no slower than Yang Zhao. The movement skill he used was indeed profound and made it seem like he could ride the wind itself. The Yang family is really a collection of monsters. Everyone shook their heads and thought secretly. Mid-flight, Yang Zhao was also amazed by Yang Kai. It was only by using a special technique that he was able to achieve his current speed, and it was consuming a large amongst of his true qi to maintain it. In other words, he wouldn't be able to maintain this speed for a long time. At most, he would only be capable of continuing at this pace for an incense stick worth of time before needing to slow down and recover, or else he would overdraw his true qi and suffer some backlash. On the other hand, his ninth brother didn't seem to be the same. He neither used some special technique nor an artifact. His speed seemed to be completely his own, only requiring him to circulate his true qi normally to achieve. At that moment, Yang Zhao felt a sense of disbelief and unwillingness, increasing his speed once more. However, before he could open any noticeable gap between them, Yang Kai had already caught up, his expression still as light and easy as before. Second brother, doing this is quite tiring. Seeing and hearing this, Yang Zhao could only smile wryly. First, we catch up with Lu Qingyao, then deal with the consequences. Yang Kai grinned and nodded. The Yang family's rightful place, I'll take back. If second brother can't keep up, you should just take a break. As soon as these words were said, Yang Zhao suddenly felt a scorching wave of heat burst out beside him as he saw Yang Kai transform into a great fireball, releasing a brilliant radiance before shooting off towards the horizon, instantly closing the gap between him and Lu Qingyao, the wind trailing behind him sharply cutting past Yang Zhao's face. Yang Zhao's eyes narrowed, letting out a light shout. As the second brother, how can I not answer? A halo of light quickly blossomed from Yang Zhao's body, and in a flash, his speed too was raised to the limit. Seemingly noticing these two people catching up with him, Lu Qingyao in front couldn't help glancing back, but before he could focus his vision, a great fireball rushed past him, the heat waves billowing off of it causing his heart to palpitate slightly. Lu Qingyao revealed a look of surprise, involuntarily calling out, "Such pure true qi! Young Lord Lu will be going on ahead." Yang Zhao also soared past Lu Qingyao and let out a big laugh as he flew off into the distance. Looking at the backs of the two, Lu Qingyao's brows wrinkled slightly, his expression slowly sinking as he slowly shook his head. Using external forces isn't a real display of skill. Even if he said this, his speed also suddenly rose. Obviously, he wasn't willing to fall behind. A distance of 50 kilometers wasn't far, so after slightly less than an incense stick worth of time later, the three youths arrived at Pejing Lake. Yang Kai landed on the eastern bank, Yang Zhao the west, while Lu Qingyao sat down right in the center. It wasn't until now that Yang Kai had his first good look at the rumored central capital's first young lord. Wearing a blue robe that seemed neither expensive nor vulgar, he didn't appear very old, about 27 or so at most, his posture as straight as a sword. His build wasn't particularly burly, but the force which seemed to pulse from his body couldn't be ignored. His expression was indifferent, seemingly not caring the slightest for worldly matters, but the light in his eyes revealed a kind of aloof, domineering arrogance. This kind of arrogance had nothing to do with pride or pretense, but was instead part of his innate demeanor, an aura a man who had stood at the top of the world for many years would naturally possess. It was as if he stood above the clouds and overlooked the scurrying mortals beneath him. He's no soft persimmon. From only this brief contact, Yang Kai had clearly understood this point. Although outwardly his cultivation was only Immortal Ascension boundary 3rd stage, Lu Qingyao's combat strength was certainly not only comparable to an ordinary Immortal Ascension boundary third-stage cultivator. However, his true power could only be known by fighting him. Remember the heroic proclamation this person had released before? Yang Kai grinned slightly. This subtle movement attracted the attention of Lu Qingyao, his cold yet simultaneously extremely piercing eyes suddenly glancing over at Yang Kai as a wave of divine sense unscrupulously swept over him. Yang Kai's brow couldn't help wrinkling, his expression becoming a bit disgruntled. Although his opponent's action couldn't possibly threaten him and could even be said to have no malice behind it, such a blatant use of his divine sense to spy on him was still a rather uncouth display. Such a provocative action could easily lead to unnecessary disputes and battles, so most people refrained from doing this kind of thing. However, it was apparent that Lu Qingyao did this because he didn't think much of Yang Kai. Sure enough, after thoroughly examining him with his divine sense, Lu Qingyao no longer paid any attention to Yang Kai, just conspicuously standing there silently by himself. No one knew why he had run over this time. Along another shore of Pojing Lake, a group of people had arrived in advance. Naturally, it was eldest brother Yang Wei's people. After seeing Yang Kai and Yang Zhao arrive, Yang Wei just nodded faintly to them before turning his gaze towards Lu Qingyao, his eyes narrowing unconsciously as his true qi fluctuated slightly. Rumor had it that when Yang Wei returned to the central capital, he had fought a battle with Lu Qingyao, but no one knew the final result of that battle. Now that the two sides had met again, it was only to be expected that some sparks would fly. Immortal Ascension Boundary Second Stage. The eldest young lord's cultivation speed is quite fast. Surprisingly, Lu Qingyao actually took the initiative to say hello to Yang Wei. My thanks for young Lord Lu's assistance. That battle helped me understand a lot. Yang Wei replied indifferently. Lu Qingyao nodded lightly and said, if you still wish to comprehend more, this Lu is always willing to oblige. The expression on Yang Kai and Yang Zhao's faces suddenly became weird, exchanging a glance with each other across the lake, both of them seeing the deep meaning in the other's eyes. These two men had only said a few words, but the meaning in the words was quite intriguing. It seems like the rumors were true that Yang Wei had lost his battle with Lu Qingyao, and it was even likely that he was defeated quite miserably. Otherwise, why would Lu Qingyao speak such haughty words? Lu Qingyao's arrogance didn't make Yang Wei angry, his expression not changing in the slightest, only nodding lightly. I will definitely go. I hope at that time young Lord Lu won't be too surprised. Lu Qingyao slowly shook his head. It's impossible for me to be surprised, because you're not my opponent. As soon as this sentence came out, the allies behind Yang Wei suddenly felt some indignation, all of them turning angry stares towards Lu Qingyao. Disparaging Yang Wei in front of them was no different from shaming them directly. Yet Yang Wei still showed no signs of anger, simply raising his hand to stop the chattering of the crowd behind him, solemnly saying, my not being your opponent now doesn't mean I won't be in the future. And even if, in the future, I am not your opponent, that doesn't mean no one from my Yang family will be your opponent. Young Lord Lu, I am not the strongest of the Yang family's younger generation, but I know you are the strongest of the Lu families. The limit of your Lu family is you, but the limit of my Yang family is still unknown. Lu Qingyao expression finally changed, showing a look of interest. Amongst the Yang family's younger generation, is there really someone stronger than you? After a pause, he turned his eyes to Yang Zhao. The second young lord, perhaps? Ha ha! Yang Zhao couldn't help laughing lightly. Young Lord Lu surely jests. Compared with eldest brother, second brother doesn't measure up. Whoever you're looking for, don't look at me. Lu Qingyao chuckled. If it is not the second young lord, then who else? Only you and the second young lord from your Yang family's direct descendants are slightly worthy of attention. The others? Slowly shaking his head as he spoke, he casually glanced over at Yang Kai and immediately sneered. Watching all this, Yang Wei, who was always aloof and indifferent, suddenly burst into laughter. Young Lord Lu, since you can't see it yourself, it means you're already not his opponent. Lu Qingyao's expression sank as he stared at Yang Wei across the distance. He didn't understand why this Yang family eldest young lord was so certain, because no matter how much he thought about it, He couldn't see any of the Yang family direct descendants being able to match himself. However, if there truly was such a person, and even he couldn't see any clues, it meant that this individual was indeed a scary person. If he really can deceive my eyes, he is already won. Lu Qingyao thought. Eldest young lord, I hope what you said is true. Lu Qingyao succinctly said. You'll see soon enough. Yang Wei nodded gently. Yang Kai, who had been sitting on the sidelines, had not interrupted once. However, he always felt that Yang Wei's eyes had been aiming at him, intentionally or unintentionally. What did Big Brother notice? Yang Kai thought to himself suspiciously. After a short while, Huo Xingchen and a large number of people arrived and landed behind Yang Kai. Similarly, Yang Zhao's people gathered around him. When these people arrived, Yang Zhao finally relaxed and quietly put down his guard. Just now, he was obviously worried that Yang Wei would act against him. Although he had a blood warrior guarding him at all times, it was still dangerous to come here all alone. Soon after, more and more people gathered on the banks of Pujing Lake. Yang Kong, Yang Xin, and Yang Ying also arrived. After such a long period of recruitment, how much support the six brothers had gathered could be distinguished at a glance. The first three to arrive had brought roughly the same number of people, so even if there were some slight differences in strength, it wasn't obvious. However, the later three's situation was undoubtedly worse. Even though these three young lords had one of the 8 great families as an ally, it was still difficult for them to gather much support with just their personal connections. When they noticed this gap in strength, the faces of Yang Kong and the others suddenly became ugly. Yang Kai, who everyone initially thought would be eliminated on the first night, was now far ahead of them. If this were to continue, their situations would only get worse and worse. All three of them secretly thought to themselves that they must redouble their efforts to recruit supporters after this event. At the very least, they couldn't lag behind Yang Kai. Not only did the 6 Yang family young lords gather at Pujing Lake, but the cultivators who were spectating the events in War City also came to watch the show, forming a big circle around Pujing Lake. However, these people had enough common sense to stay far away from the lakeside, only moving close enough to get a good view. No one would take their own life lightly. With so many powerful masters gathered together, once they accidentally got caught up in the fray, they wouldn't even know how they died. The pair of twin flowers who were previously sitting in the inn lobby had also joined this outer circle, their position not far from where Yang Kai's group had set down. After not seeing him for a few months, he seemed a lot stronger than before, and perhaps because of his change of status, he now gave off a dignified and imposing aura as well. One of the two stared towards him as a strange light flickered across her eyes, her enchanting face softening as she reminisced about past events, her change in mood indirectly affecting her sister, causing even her heartbeat to speed up slightly. Gritting her teeth, the older sister took a deep breath and calmed the rising heat within her chest, smiling helplessly as she shook her head. This was an unavoidable side effect of the secret art the sisters cultivated. Their two minds and hearts gradually became interconnected, so when her little sister felt strongly about something, she too would be affected. From time to time, she would also think about this young man's figure before immediately feeling embarrassed to say anything to her sister, leaving her somewhat depressed and uncomfortable. And now, after having arrived in War City long ago, she couldn't work up the courage to see him, so she kept hiding in an inn nearby his compound, often looking out the window and wondering if he would appear. Yet, for such a long time, he did not show up. Finally, today she had seen him at last. If she were to miss this opportunity, who knows when the next would come by. Thinking about how she just couldn't be honest with her words or even herself, the young woman couldn't help feeling bitter, wishing she could be a little more like her younger sister whose every thought was written on her face, never needing or trying to hide what she was thinking. Hey, aren't we going to help him? The young man from before asked with a chuckle. Us help him? What role can the three of us play with so many masters around? Ha, this is why women are harder to deal with than enemies. I shouldn't have come here with you, the man said in exasperation. If he had known that such a big event was going to happen, he would have brought everyone in the inn. With only the three of them as true element boundary cultivators, they really couldn't make much of a contribution. As time slowly passed, Everyone anxiously waited for the emergence of the batch of artifacts, many of them trying to guess how these 1,000 artifacts the Yang family had invested would appear here. Yang Kai used his powerful divine sense to sweep the surroundings, carefully monitoring the crowds for any signs of movement. As he examined the spectators, he was surprised to find there were many masters hiding their presences. Perceiving this, Yang Kai secretly speculated that these masters weren't here to watch the excitement, but had actually been deployed by the 8 great families to monitor the situation here. Yang Kai also noticed that at the bottom of Pijing Lake there were some subtle energy fluctuations. This anomaly was so small that even Yang Kai barely noticed it, not to mention other people. It seemed like this batch of artifacts had long ago been placed at the bottom of the lake and would only appear at the appointed time. Having noticed this, Yang Kai grinned slightly but didn't make any movements, content with this slight advantage for the time being. The appointed time soon arrived and everyone gathered around Pijing Lake couldn't help secretly circulating their true qi, getting ready to move at a moment's notice. The 6 groups not only monitored the surroundings for signs of the artifacts appearing, but also kept track of their opponents' movements. While grabbing these artifacts, there would definitely be fighting. After all, the Yang family was using this method to stimulate the progress of inheritance war. Unlike Yang Kai, who already had a relatively clear idea about the situation, the other 5 Yang family young lords were all still guessing, carefully paying attention to Pijing Lake while from time to time also observing the nearby shoreline and surrounding wilderness, quietly issuing orders to their allies. The atmosphere grew tense. Suddenly, a ray of light burst from the center of Pijing Lake, and an intense energy fluctuation suddenly erupted. Soon, beneath the clear lake surface, a group of bright lines appeared and formed a mysterious spirit array which covered the entire lake bottom. The aura between heaven and earth suddenly stagnated. "It's time!" Numerous exclamations came out of the surrounding crowds as everyone stretched their necks towards Pijing Lake. Xiao, xiao, xiao. One after another, radiant streaks emerged from the bottom of Pijing Lake and shot into the sky. Inside each of these glowing lights was an artifact. The different colors, shapes, and sizes drew in everyone's eyesight, causing flames of greed to well up within them. In an instant, nearly 100 rays of light had flown high up into the air while countless droplets of water which had been splashed up poured down like a rain. Everyone stared hard at these 100 rays like starving wolves eyeing fresh meat. After ascending about 100 meters into the air, the various glowing lights slowly stopped. Suddenly, a burst of sound rang out, and these artifacts shot off in all directions like a great meteor shower. "Young Lord Kai." Huixing Chun turned to look at Yang Kai, anxiously urging. Yang Kai nodded lightly. The next moment, nearly 50% of the people in the 6 camps flew out and moved towards the nearest artifacts, many of letting out bursts of joyous laughter as they grabbed hold of one of them. The leading figures of the younger generation didn't move, and most of the Immortal Ascension Masters also remained still. Only ordinary disciples below the Immortal Ascension boundary 3rd stage set out. This was not just the case with Yang Kai's group, but with all the others as well. Everyone knew that this first batch of artifacts would certainly not have very high grades, so many didn't think it worthwhile to disrupt their focus in order to seize them. Also, because this first batch of artifacts had fallen into the surrounding area, it was almost equivalent to them being delivered right to them. There was no chance that their opponents could steal them away, so naturally there was no reason to rush out to snatch them. However, those who had only come to watch the fun had their eyes become extremely hot, swallowing hard as they stared at these glowing rays of light. Since they had only come to spectate, most of these people had relatively low strength, so when they suddenly saw so many artifacts appear all at once, they were inevitably excited. The 6 young lords had brought a total of nearly 800 people here, so even if only half moved, with only 100 artifacts there were bound to be some who came up empty-handed. None of the artifacts made it past Pijing Lake's shore. All of them were intercepted by cultivators halfway. After capturing these artifacts completely, the cultivators returned to their respective camps, each of them grinning happily. This first batch of artifacts was divided almost evenly between the 6 groups and no real battles had been fought, so the amount harvested by each of the young lords was basically the same. All of them are Earth-grade low rank. Xianxia took a look at the artifacts that had been recovered and couldn't help scoffing disdainfully as he muttered, "The 8 great families are really stingy." Hearing these words, Han Shaoqi's indifferent expression twitched as she commented, "Young Lord Hua, you come from a super family, so you don't understand the hardships of us lower-born cultivators. These artifacts may not be anything for you, but to us they can improve our strength greatly." Xianxia grinned back at her meaningfully. "What you said is reasonable, beautiful young lady, but even though I am a Hua family member, right now all of us are allies, so we should be able to discuss such things freely. How about after this event we find some time to chat privately?" Han Shaoqi suddenly didn't know what to do, only praying that Yang Kai could say a few words to make Xianxia stop harassing her. However, at this moment Yang Kai's brow was furrowed as he seemed to be concentrating quite hard, his eyes fixed on the mysterious spirit array under Pajing Lake. These glowing patterns hadn't lost any of their brilliance and were still brightly illuminating Pajing Lake. Right after Xianxia spoke, once again, nearly 100 rays of light shot out from the water's surface. Xianxia glanced over at Yang Kai but only saw him still focusing on the spirit array, quickly letting out a sigh before shouting, "Snatch!" The group of people who had just reaped a full harvest once again flew away. "Be careful!" Yang Kai suddenly roared. Everyone was still immersed in the joy of grabbing artifacts, so some of them didn't quite understand why he had shouted out a warning. But after noticing the trajectories of these artifacts, all of them quickly became alert. The second batch of artifacts wasn't the same as the previous one. This time the glowing artifacts didn't fly out towards the surrounding area, but instead all densely grouped together in the center of Pojing Lake. Everyone's true chi madly burst out and the light of martial skills and artifacts blossomed as the 6 parties rushed headlong into each other. Instantly, a great battle broke out. From the 6 different camps, almost 400 people had gone out. 90% of them were true element boundary cultivators, but there were still a number of low-level Immortal Ascension boundary masters as well. So many people rushing towards the center of Pajing Lake made the scene suddenly chaotic. Someone would grab an artifact only to be stared at by 4 or 5 enemies in the next moment, and before they knew what was happening, they would be killed, their broken body falling from the sky, their fresh blood staining the clear lake below. The crowds watching repeatedly let out loud exclamations and shouts. This kind of melee was precisely what they had come here to see. In less than 10 breaths of time, more than 20 people had been killed, and the number of casualties was still growing. Almost all of the forces had been affected, causing all the young leaders from these various families and sects to have ugly expressions, gripping their fists tightly, anxious to help. However, before the Yang family's young lords issued orders, even if they were filled with indignation, all they could do was stand still and wait. Everyone knew that this was just the appetizer. If they were to fall into disarray now, the next time they would be at a big disadvantage. Gradually, the 100 artifacts from the second round had been distributed while those who were holding them had all become tempting targets. As they flew back, their respective allies guarded them as they cut open a path of retreat, sending a few corpses to the lake below as they went. A number of intelligent people had done their best to throw the artifacts they managed to snatch towards their own camp before turning around and trying to rob artifacts from their opponents. As the melee subsided, the people from the 6 groups gradually dispersed and separated from each other, heading back to their respective camps. Everyone obtained some gains, but also suffered some losses. The once crystal-clear water of Pajing Lake was now dyed red, and nearly 50 bodies floated atop its surface. "Your Yang family's methods are really brutal." Dong Qinghan drew a sharp breath as he stared at the tragedy in front of him, slowly shaking his head. It had been nearly a month without any battles and War City had settled into a peaceful calm. But with just a single order from the Yang family elder hall, the calm had been shattered and all 6 of the young lords had attacked each other. "Men die for wealth just as birds die for food," Xianxia sneered. "The Yang family has long ago seen through this. It's so tragic." Chen Xueshu whispered quietly. Since he had come to War City, this was the first time he had participated in any kind of battle. Nearly 50 people had died in only half a cup of tea's time. His reflecting moon sect has also suffered some losses, so he wasn't feeling great at the moment. "It's too simple." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as he suddenly said, "Too simple." Lu Feixiang looked at him with horror while everyone else also felt suspicious. Yang Kai didn't respond to this chatter but instead turned to look in the direction of Yang Wei and Yang Zhao, quickly discovering that his two oldest brothers were also frowning as they contemplated something. Noticing Yang Kai glancing at them, both Yang Wei and Yang Zhao glanced back. With this brief silent communication, Yang Kai understood that they too had doubts in their hearts. If this was all there was to this snatching artifacts event, then it really was too simple. It was impossible for the Yang family to have planned only this. Right now, the Elder Hall hoped that everyone would fight, and the more people who died the better. But if so, how could all 1,000 artifacts appear like this? If things were to continue exactly as they were, as long as the 6 young lords reached some kind of consensus, it would be possible to divide these artifacts peacefully. Of course, such an agreement wasn't very likely. But right now, Yang Kai, Yang Wei, and Yang Zhao had all realized this point, so no matter who it was, they were considering what would happen next. The inheritance war was also a battle of wits. It wasn't enough to simply be brave and courageous. Because of the deaths of their allies, the atmosphere in each of the 6 camps was smoldering. Everyone staring at their opponents with cold eyes as they waited anxiously for the next confrontation where they'd have a chance to settle this grudge. The grades in this batch are slightly higher, but they're still not very good. Huixing-chan checked the artifacts that had been brought back and shook his head once more. In the eyes of this Hua family young lord, except for those at the heaven grade and mysterious grade, any other artifacts were no different from rubbish. Even if they were heaven grade, they had to at least be mid-rank before he would pay them any mind. For the next batch, we won't participate, Yang Kai suddenly said. What? Huixing-chan gawked. Won't participate? Yang Kai turned his head and glowered at him. Don't speak so loud. They all might hear you. Huixing-chan couldn't help lowering his head slightly as he quietly asked, why aren't we participating? If we don't snatch these, they'll just fall into everyone else's hands. Not only was Huixing-chan confused, the 4 girls from 10,000 Flower Palace were also suspicious. In the confrontation just now, one of their 10,000 Flower Palace disciples had died, so all of them were eager to seek retribution. So when Yang Kai suddenly said that they wouldn't participate in the next round, all of them had difficulty understanding why. I want to observe the situation. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. If my guess is right, the next batch of artifacts should be Earth grade top rank at best. So even if we don't grab them, our losses won't be big. But if we do participate, I'm afraid there'll be some unforeseen variables. Listening to his explanation, although everyone still had some doubts, none of them objected again. A moment later, the spirit array at the bottom of the lake lit up again, causing the now blood-red water to take on an eerie glow. Having experienced this twice now, everyone knew that the 3rd batch of artifacts was about to appear. Facing this upcoming battle, the spectating crowd all also wore expectant expressions, jostling about for good positions to watch the show from. Having received his orders, Yang Kai's group, although staring at the bottom of the lake with some enthusiasm, didn't make any motions. Yang Kong and the others, on the other hand, gripped their fists and prepared to set out. Xiao, xiao, xiao. In a burst of light, a new batch of artifacts appeared. Go! Kill anyone who dares block your path, Yang Kong loudly shouted, the people around him quickly flying forward. At the same time, Yang Shun and Yang Ying also issued the same order, their expression ruthless as though they were facing off against their most hated enemies. However, when these 3 parties rushed out, everyone was surprised to find that there were 2 groups who didn't move. One of them was Yang Kai's. The other was Yang Wei's. The eldest and youngest brothers seemed as if they were satisfied with their gains just now and had no plan to continue fighting. What are they doing? Why aren't either of them acting? The onlookers whispered amongst themselves. This 6-party melee was too interesting, but with 2 less participants, it just didn't seem as lively. They can't be scared, right? How could such cowards even think of fighting in the inheritance war? Come on. What are you doing, you stupid pigs? Fight and die. Fuck. Such a good opportunity. How can they not grasp it? If only I belonged to a stronger sect and was allowed to join one of these young lords, I could have grabbed these artifacts here today. Ignoring these boos and shouts from the crowd, Yang Kai glanced over at Yang Wei and saw a rare smile on his face, as if he was saying he had also seen through this situation. Come back. The next moment, Yang Zhao's brow furrowed as he called out to his allies. The cultivators who were excited and ready to show their skills were already halfway to the lake's center and were preparing to snatch some artifacts. So when they heard Yang Zhao's sudden recall order, how could they not be confused? Some acted quickly and immediately returned to Yang Zhao's side, while some were reluctant to give up this chance. Greed flashing across their eyes as they reaching out towards the nearest artifacts in front of them. In the next instant, a terrible reaction occurred. The moment these cultivators grasped the floating artifacts, from the center of Pijing Lake a great distortion suddenly formed and a burst of energy shot forth. Boom! Flames ignited, lightning flashed, ice crackled, sword chi sliced through the air and waves of blinding light erupted all around. In the sky above Pijing Lake's center, a myriad of deadly attacks spread outwards, indiscriminately striking the group of cultivators at point-blank range. Everyone was stunned. The spectators who had just been shouting and cursing out Yang Kai and Yang Wei for not participating fell silent. The group of cultivators who had gone forward to snatch these artifacts had only been on guard against their opposing forces, so when they suddenly came under attack from an unexpected source, they had been caught completely off guard, many of them calling out in shock and surprise. Most of these people were true element boundary cultivators, and none of them had anticipated such a situation. In truth, this array of attacks was quite messy, and each strike wasn't very strong, but what made the people cough and vomit blood was the sheer number of them. Pile enough sand and you can build a tower, collect enough drops of water and you can form a river. Under this massive barrage, how could these true element boundary cultivators endure? In the blink of an eye, the cultivators gathered in the central-most position were swept away. Broken limbs and hunks of flesh scattered about as fresh blood sprinkled down like rain. A void nearly 20 meters in diameter had suddenly appeared, almost like everything in that range had been swallowed up by an invisible black hole. Slightly further away, the cultivators who survived this onslaught rushed to escape, no longer dare to remain, glancing back occasionally at the miserable scene behind them, their faces filled with horror, silently thanking the heavens for blessing them with good luck. The entire scene fell quiet and only the sounds of body parts dropping into the lake disturbed the silence. Really sinister, Yang Kai muttered under his cold breath. These sudden bursts of energy didn't come from the various cultivators involved, but from the 100 artifacts themselves. This third batch of artifacts obviously had the true chi of strong masters sealed within them and were set to unleash an attack when a cultivator tried to seize one. This had completely caught everyone off guard. This whole setup was a trap. The Yang family had intended this to happen when they lured everyone here to snatch these artifacts. The first two waves were meant to reduce the various cultivators' vigilance, while the third batch hit a killing blow. If our people had also rushed over just now. Su Xiaoyu's face paled slightly. It wasn't like she hadn't witnessed death before. When she went for life experience in that isolated world, she had personally killed people, not to mention the scene a little while ago where 50 cultivators had died in battle trying to snatch artifacts. But seeing several dozen people suddenly cut to pieces in a terrible explosion was still considered a horror scene to her. Young Lord Kai, I deeply admire you from the bottom of my soul, Huixing Chen shouted as his cheeks twitched slightly. When Yang Kai had ordered them not to participate in this round of artifact snatching, Huixing Chen felt he was being too paranoid. But now it was obvious to him that Yang Kai wasn't acting cautious, but was already aware. If they had rushed forward without thinking like last time, they would certainly have suffered a lot. Realizing this, how could Huixing Chen not admire him? Not only the Hua family's young lord. All of Yang Kai's allies stared towards him with respectful and awe-filled looks. Eldest young lord, how did you know? Across the lake, Meng Shanyi's expression also changed greatly as he whispered to Yang Wei. However, Yang Wei simply shook his head. I didn't. But so long as ninth brother doesn't move, we won't either. Everyone just needs to follow his lead. You mean when you saw Yang Kai just now? Yang Wei nodded. Thankfully ninth brother acted cautiously. If it wasn't for him... Meng Shanyi took a deep breath and no longer dared underestimate Yang Kai. Turning to look at the other Yang family young lords, Yang Zhao's expression was a mix of fear and relief. Just now, he had fortunately issued a command to fall back in time, so he only lost 3 cultivators to this trap. As for Yang Kong and the others, their faces were incomparably pale and ugly. Yang Kong, Yang Shen, and Yang Ying had suffered heavy losses this time. When the third batch of artifacts emerged, each of them had ordered their allies forward as quickly as possible, so the central dead zone was almost completely occupied by their people. Each of them had lost more than a dozen people, and many others had suffered varying degrees of injuries, including many low-level Immortal Ascension masters. What's more, they now appeared even more incompetent compared with Yang Kai and Yang Wei. This made them feel a little angry. The floating artifacts in the sky seemed to have expended all their stored power in that one burst, so at this moment they appeared somewhat dull. When the surrounding cultivators had all retreated back to the lake's shore, these artifacts also slowly fell back towards the lake. However, after suffering such a big loss, no one dared to approach these artifacts right away. "You can grab them now." Yang Kai squinted and said a faint voice. "What are you waiting for?" Huixing Chun immediately roared. From Yang Kai's camp, almost everyone shot forward, leaving behind the various young leaders and a few Immortal Ascension masters. At the same time, Yang Wei also issued an order, seemingly determined to act as Yang Kai did. The cultivators from the other camps around Pijing Lake didn't miss the movements of these two groups, but given their recent experience, and in the absence of an order to do so, none of them dared act rashly. Yang Kong and the others struggled for a while but eventually didn't send their allies out again. Before these artifacts could fall into the lake, the cultivators from the two groups had all rushed up and wantonly began harvesting them, not suffering any sudden or unexpected attacks. Unexpectedly, the two sides reaped many gains and returned triumphantly to their own camps without the slightest harm. Watching this scene play out, Yang Kong and the others' guts wrenched with remorse. Yang Zhao's expression was also quite ugly. If he hadn't hesitated just now, he too would have been able to eat a piece of this pie. "Young Lord Kai, we obtained 54 artifacts." Huixing Chun counted the number and excitedly reported, "What's more, they're all Earth-grade top rank." Yang Kai nodded lightly, his eyes glancing over at Yang Wei before saying, "Eldest brother's men over there, don't clash with them in the future." "Understood." The crowd nodded. Yang Kai noticed that just now when they had been snatching artifacts, several of his people had attacked Yang Wei's allies, but those people had only defended themselves and not fought back. It seems they had received some kind of instructions from Yang Wei. It was for this reason that his people had managed to snatch a few more pieces than his brothers. This seemed to be his eldest brother's way of silently forming an alliance with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given such an order. "Young Lord Kai, what do we do next? Do we still sit back and watch?" the Hua family young lord asked with a smile. Yang Kai shook his head. "They're not fools. After suffering a loss this time, they won't make the same mistake again. For the next batch we will go forward to snatch things as well. The only difference is now you'll have to be wary of attacks from enemies and also these artifacts. Maintaining your own safety is top priority. Use whatever martial skills and artifacts you have to defend yourselves. Don't die too fast." Hearing Yang Kai's instructions, everyone nodded. The reason why the batch of artifacts had been able to kill so many people just now was because everyone was vigilant against their opponents and didn't expect to suddenly suffer attacks from these seemingly idle weapons, so they had taken far more hits than they normally would have. Even some Immortal Ascension boundary masters had suffered as a result. This was only the third batch of artifacts, and there was nearly 100 corpses in Pijing Lake already. After all, 1,000 artifacts had appeared. Just how many people would have died? Thinking of this, whether it was the spectating crowd or the involved cultivators, all of them felt a slight chill. The Yang family and the other 7 families had really set up a nasty event this time. "Young Lord Kai, what should we do about these artifacts right now? There's quite a lot of them." Huixing Chun asked with an aloof snort, but anyone who saw him now would notice he was smirking. "Have the Duanmu family's 5 seniors look after them." Yang Kai thought for a moment before saying, "The number of artifacts that they snatched from now on would only increase." These artifacts varied in shape and size. Some were large while others were small. Some of the smallest were the size of rings and earrings, while the largest were the size of swords and axes. For those larger objects, everyone holding on to what they had snatched was obviously not a good solution, so someone had to be assigned to look after them. Because of this, a group of masters would be required to stay behind to guard them, and Yang Kai figured his brothers would also act similarly.